I know committee on assignment is working right now, so somebody to let you answer that.
Do I look tense? It's only 32 billion. Members, thank you for joining us. I hope you had a nourishing lunch. We have a full afternoon ahead of us, and our next set of presenters is a topic that came to us because of you. Many of you brought up, we know that there have been some stronger state incomes over the past few years, revenues. The question, though, is what should we be doing to address our liabilities during that same time? So what we have done is we've asked a series of guests, if they did not mind joining us today, to talk about that exact topic, what we're doing that we may need to address better, what we may be doing well already, to give you a better idea of where we should focus our funding for this next fiscal year and the amended fiscal year. Thank you a lot. Appreciate it. So with no further ado, let me invite our next set of presenters to come forward. It's a series. It'll be Director Kelly Farr from the Office of Planning and Budget, Commissioner Kaylee Noggle from the Department of Community Health, the Executive Director of the Employees Retirement System, Mr. Jim Potvin, the Executive Director of the Teachers Retirement System, Mr. Buster Evans, the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services, Ms. Rebecca Sullivan, and the Director of the State Financing and Investment Commission, Ms. Diana Pope. So this time we'd hand the mic over to them. I think, Director Farr, you're going to kick us off?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'll kick everybody off.
Thank you so much for coordinating this and getting it going. Appreciate it. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you as well. Good morning, Chairman Tillery, Chairman Hatchett, members of the Appropriations Committee and the Legislature. I appreciate you allowing us to appear before you today to discuss this very important topic. The state of Georgia has a long, celebrated history of strong conservative fiscal management. And how we manage our liabilities is important to that history. And I think, I'm going to come back and speak again on Thursday, so I'll probably get into this a little bit more. But, this is my 5th time doing this. And the dais has changed quite a bit since the first time I did this. And the first time I did this, there was Chairman Hill and Chairman England. And Senator Tillery, you might have been up there too, but in a different seat. But, I've talked to them quite a bit about the struggles they went through, getting us back into solid footing through the Great Recession. And a lot of that was addressing these liabilities that we're going to talk about today. You'll see that some of them it took us longer to address, like in SHPP maybe, and some of the others we've addressed more quickly, like maybe a workers' comp. But how we manage them is very important to how the state is viewed from a financial services market, how our bond rating agencies view us. And Diana, she'll get into all those today. And so today the panel will discuss OPEB, SHPP, risk pools, employee retention, ERS, TRS, and like I mentioned, what bond rating agencies, how they view us, what prism they see us to give us our AAA bond rating, which is incredibly important. I think, at least sometimes I take it for granted, that AAA bond rating, but I can tell you right now the governor does not. When we have our annual sessions with the bond rating agency, he takes time out of his schedule to make sure he personally attends. We actually had a really great session this last year at the ports where, it was kind of still COVID kind of coming out. We were talking about how commerce was moving in the state of Georgia, and literally behind me were all the semis coming right out of the port of Savannah. So it's a very important role that we have here at the state and the topic, and something we don't take very gingerly. And those are, what we're going to hear about today is some of our larger risk issues and things that are very important, but there are constant liabilities that this state has to manage and weigh its resources against those liabilities every year. And this body does a great job helping us do that, and I appreciate y'all's leadership in helping us, and appreciate y'all's time today and letting us come and speak before you today. So with that, I will cease my introduction and give it to the subject matter experts that are way more equipped to answering y'all's questions than I am. And I'll turn it over first to Commissioner Kaylee Noggle of the Department of Community Health.
Thank you, Director Farr, not only for helping us get organized for today's presentation, but also for your leadership in helping us manage these funds year-round. Good afternoon, Chairman Tillery and Chairman Hatchett, members of the Appropriations Committee. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon and to have the opportunity to talk about some of these topics that we don't usually talk about during budget week. And for me, that's the State Health Benefit Plan and our OPEB trust accounts. And I'm going to run my own slides. This could be an adventure. We'll see how it goes. And we're going to start with OPEB. OPEB stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. And essentially in SHPP language, that's just the calculation of the cost of retiree health care expenses. We maintain separate OPEB accounts for both our state employee retirees and our school system retirees, and they're essentially irrevocable trusts. We pay for annual health care expenses on what we call as a pay-go or pay-as-you-go model. So we generally try to cover the cost of expenses annually, but there's also an additional funding amount required every year to cover the actuarially accrued liability or the projected cost of future retiree health care expenses. And that funding ratio and that amount is something that is tracked and reported on annually by our financial auditors. I want to start giving a little bit of an overview of our SHPP membership. As of December 2022, we have 227,000 active members on the State Health Benefit Plan, 249,000 dependents of our active members, 175,000 retirees and their spouses and dependents, for a total of nearly 652,000 members on this state-sponsored health insurance plan. Over half of those members are teachers and their families. If we look at the actual OPEB accounts, the first being the state retiree OPEB account, I'll draw your attention to the bottom row. I apologize it's small, but we'll get these slides to you afterwards. As of June 30th, 2022, we had a total OPEB liability of $2.25 billion. Our net position at that time was $1.8 billion, so that left an unfunded liability of $450 million. So that funding ratio, or that coverage, is 80.03%. And you can see in that column over the past 5 or so years, we've been trending in the right direction. Currently, the employer share for active employees is 29.454% of their salary. If we look at the school retiree and its separate OPEB account, you can see again that the total OPEB liability was $10.5 billion at the end of June. Our net position was $651 million for an unfunded liability of $9.9 billion for a funding ratio of 6.17%, which is low, but again, you can see we've been moving in the right direction. Currently, for school system employees, the employer share is a $945 per member per month amount for those employees that choose SHBP coverage. If we look at State Health Benefit Plan expenditures over the last few years, you can see that they've been growing pretty significantly, over 105% in fact over the last 10 years, but over the same time period our membership has decreased by 2%. Most of those costs are driven by general healthcare inflation and healthcare costs growing, but we also saw some acute increases during the COVID-19 pandemic. Our SHPP overall financial status is shown on this chart, which tracks kind of our net position, our revenue and expenses annually, and how we ended the year. If you look at FY22, where we actually ended, we finished with a surplus of $72 million after we paid expenses from our over $4 billion in revenue, which is comprised of both our employee and employer premiums. However, that included over $198 million in one-time funding related to our COVID expenses, and thanks to your leadership, an additional $230 million that was passed in the amended FY22 budget as one-time funding. Without those one-time funds, the plan would have ended with a deficit of over $300 million. And you can see that we're projecting deficits into FY23 and FY24, which is illustrated on the next chart. You can see that the blue line represents our revenue, which is largely flat. The red line are our expenses, which are now outpacing revenues, and the yellow line depicts our operating reserve, which is declining rapidly. However, under Director Farr's leadership and the leadership of Governor Kemp, the amended FY23 budget includes substantial resources for the State Health Benefit Plan. In amended 23, there's a recommendation of $423 million to increase the certified school employer rate from $945 per member per month to $1,580 per member per month. That recommendation is carried into the FY24 budget for another 846 members, and it's mirrored for the non-certified school employees for an additional $228 million effective January 1, 2024. for a total of $1.08 billion in '24, and in total across the 2 budget years, $1.5 billion that will help support our plan and help keep it solvent in the years to come. Thank you for that, Director Farr and Governor Kemp. I'll pause there and turn it over to our next presenter, Commissioner Sullivan, and then I believe we'll take questions at the end.
Thank you, Commissioner Noggle. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the General Assembly for allowing me to speak today. My name is Rebecca Sullivan, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services. I'm going to briefly highlight a couple of state liabilities that relate to DOAS programs as part of today's panel, but I will be back tomorrow afternoon to discuss these issues in more detail. The first topic I'll address today is the outstanding liability attributed to the state's workers' compensation program. Among our many responsibilities, DOAS is responsible for directing the state's internal insurance programs. Our risk management division provides risk management services for state entities, including providing insurance coverage for state entities and state officers and employees for the unique exposures to state government. We do this through a combination of self-insurance and excess commercial insurance. One of the 5 primary lines of insurance provided by DOAS is the Workers' Compensation Program, which provides workers' comp benefits for employees of the state. This program, which is primarily self-insured, is the costliest of our insurance programs. It has significant outstanding liability, which has continued to grow, as you can see on this chart behind me on the screen. So combined with all lines of insurance, the outstanding liability of the state's various insurance programs is estimated to be approximately $1 billion. The bulk of that is attributed to the workers' comp program. The outstanding liability for this program alone has more than doubled over the past decade, growing from $361 million in FY11 to over $760 million today. To give some context, the workers' comp program has been primarily funded through premiums assessed to agencies, and in recent years, the amount collected through those premiums was just enough to cover the current year program expenses. So that prevented our ability to settle many claims, whether current or decades old, so the long-term liability has continued to decrease. We are very thankful, though, that the Governor and the General Assembly recognized this issue and entrusted DOAS by appropriating $150 million in the amended FY22 appropriations process for settling workers' comp claims and reducing future liability. While I will provide some more detail about our settlement activities tomorrow, I am very happy to report that DOAS, under the leadership of our Risk Management Director, Wade Dameron, in cooperation and with the assistance of the Department of Law and the State Board of Workers' Compensation, we were able to use those appropriated funds to settle over 600 claims, and we do estimate over $240 million in reduction of future liability to the state as a result. We believe this is certainly an example of a strategic, sound financial decision made by the state, and we're very appreciative for the trust that was given to us with that appropriation. Shifting gears just a little bit, I'd like to address a different kind of liability that the state is facing, and that relates to the state's workforce. During last year's budget process, you all heard agency heads speak to the challenges that they were experiencing, both recruiting and retaining employees. That is consistent with the data that is published in the FY22 Workforce Report, which is prepared every year by the DOAS Human Resources Administration Division. The full report provides much overall data about the state's workforce, is now available on DOAS's website. The state's general turnover rate is at an all-time high, as reported in this year's report, exceeding 25% for the first time in FY 2022, and it follows 6 consecutive years of turnover measuring over 20%. There is a financial cost associated with employee turnover, which of course varies depending upon the employee's role with the organization. I've heard it estimated that the cost of replacing a minimum wage hourly worker to be $1,500, while the Society for Human Resource Management estimates that it could cost up to 9 months of an employee's salary for each replacement. So there's some measurable cost to turnover. such as lost productivity, recruiting, training costs, et cetera, but there are also some less measurable costs, such as lack of institutional knowledge and overburdening of remaining employees, which could, potentially lead to service delivery challenges. So compounding that issue is that while hiring has increased in FY 2022, it has consistently not kept pace with turnover in recent years. This is demonstrated in this chart here. Recruitment of state employees has also been challenging as well. Of course, this is not a problem that's unique to the state, as mentioned by the state economists this morning. Al Howell, the Deputy Commissioner of the Human Resources Administration Division of DOAS, explains this as the hole in the bucket problem. If the hole continues to get bigger and we do not refill the bucket at a faster rate, the amount in the bucket continues to dwindle. So the rate of separation of state employees has been exceeding the rate of hiring for several years. It's necessary that we address both the size of the hole, turnover, as well as the rate at which we are filling it, and that's the hiring, in order to maintain the state's workforce. The Governor and the General Assembly recognized these concerns regarding recruitment and retention of state employees and appropriated funds in both the amended FY 22 and 23 Appropriations Acts to address them. I believe that the Governor has recommended also appropriations for the FY 24 budget. We are not yet able to report that the impact that these recent appropriations have had on the state workforce yet due to the timing of that, but we are very hopeful that we'll be able to present some positive outcomes in the FY 23 workforce report. So in addition, DOAS has undertaken some activities in the past year and has future plans to assist agencies with recruitment and retention that I will address in my presentation tomorrow. But for the sake of time, I will go ahead and turn over the presentation to the Employee Retirement System Director, Jim Potvin, to discuss the implementation of strategies by the Employment Retirement System, which were recently funded. Thank you again for the opportunity, and I look forward to coming back tomorrow to share some additional information regarding DOAS funding requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chairman Tillery and Hatchett and the members of the committee for inviting us here to address you this afternoon. I'm Jim Potvin. I'm the Executive Director of the Employees Retirement System of Georgia. We're responsible for running the pension systems for state employees as well as some other statewide employee groups, as well as the state's 401k and 457 programs. ERS welcomed the opportunity last year to be a part of the discussion around our workforce strategies. Ultimately, 2 of our major proposals were approved and funded, and we appreciate everybody's support for that. The first one, for the first time in our history, ERS has begun to pre-fund cost of living adjustments in the pension system for state employees. This was a momentous first step with the ultimate goal of being able to provide more consistent and more substantial COLAs in the future. This change will benefit retirees and active employees who were hired before 2009, as more recent hires are not able to receive board-approved COLAs. For our GSEPS members, that's the current retirement tier, employees hired after 2008, we have invested in them as well by making significant improvements to the 401k matching formula via Senate Bill 343 from last year. We made 2 major changes to the matching formula under SB 343. First of all, we implemented an immediate increase of 2% of pay to the employee match for those saving at least 5%, and currently this is about 82% of our active workforce. So instead of saving 5 and getting 3% match, now you save 5 and you get a 5% match. Combined with the pay increases that state employees received last year, this was our contribution to try to help stem the immediate turnover issue. Second, in what I believe is a unique or nearly unique provision among public retirement systems, we have tied the amount of the maximum matching contribution that an employee can receive to their service with the state. So the more service, the higher the match, until you reach a 9% match, still with that same 5% employee savings rate at 13 years of service. And then the employee will enjoy that match for the rest of their career at a level which is going to be triple what it was before Senate Bill 343 was passed. ERS will, of course, be tracking a number of metrics in the coming years, including things like turnover rate, average employee tenure, incidence of new hires that are actually rehires, as well as the sort of typical participation, account balances, and whatnot to judge the overall success of this program. And we made these moves to help address, from our perspective, the implications of a volatile labor market. Another, perhaps more extreme example of volatility that we have to deal with lately has been in the investment markets. Over 60% of the benefits that we pay are from investment returns. About 1/3 come from state contributions, and the rest, about 6%, come from employee contributions. So we're very dependent upon the investment markets. And this volatility that we've been experiencing has been everywhere. Bonds, stocks, domestic, international. There really hasn't been a place to hide in recent months. The chart shows our portfolio returns for each of the past 5 fiscal years. The last 2 years stand in stark contrast to the previous, although the fiscal year 20 results kind of mask some extreme volatility that occurred within the year. Remember, this is sort of when the COVID pandemic sort of hit us initially, and we experienced about a 25% loss in 6 weeks in February and March of 2020 before mostly recovering that before we had to report a number out on July 1st of that year. But obviously, the volatility continued for the next couple of years as well. It's interesting to note that our 5-year average is very close to our current investment return assumption of 7.2% and our long-term ultimate investment return assumption of 7.0%. But as you can see, fortunes can change drastically from one year to the next, and while we can do our best to mitigate this with asset allocation, there's only so much mitigation that is in fact possible, and much of the results in a given year are out of our control. As is the immediate future, that is obviously out of our control as well. I feel much more comfortable giving you a 30-year forecast than I do giving you a 1 or a 2-year forecast. So far in fiscal year 23, we're doing just fine. We're at about a 6% return for the fiscal year, so pretty close to our goal. However, that's not very different from where we were in both January 2022 and January 2023 at this time. So there's a lot of story left to be written for this fiscal year from an investment standpoint. Our most recent funding valuation, it's the second line, the year-end 6/30/2021, is 71.6%. Of course, our stated board's long-term goal is to get back to 100%, but in the short term, this is not a level that causes me much concern. However, it is worth noting that our current unfunded liability of $5.7 billion and our current contribution rate, which blended together is about 28.5%, are both high for us historically. Part of that is due to the investments that we made in the employees that I mentioned earlier. Part of it is also due to changes, which I'll describe in a moment, to sort of shore up our actuarial posture and make us more resilient as a system to the vagaries of the environment around us. We're projecting stability at these levels for the next few years, as you can see, as we work through the gains and losses that we've been experiencing. But the wiggle room that we thought we had after the great results of FY21 are largely gone, and continued market moves either way will impact the numbers that you're seeing here. Even with the uncertainty that is inherent in forecasting and projecting results, I do feel good about the changes we have been making to our plan's actuarial design over the years, from reducing the investment assumption to closing and reducing the amortization period from 30 years to 20 years, to twice adjusting our mortality assumptions to account for increasing lifespans. We have done much in place to place the system in a more conservative financial position for the coming years. There is a financial cost to this. Those have been baked into the numbers that you have seen there, and we'll be working through those in the coming years. Now I'll turn over the podium to Dr. Buster Evans from the Teachers Retirement System.
Thank you, Mr. Popman. Good afternoon, Chairman Tillery, Chairman Hatchett, members of the General Assembly. My name is Buster Evans, Executive Director of Teachers Retirement System of Georgia. For those that we've had an opportunity to work with in the past, I want to say thanks for the relationships that we've built. For those that we've not had that opportunity to, please know that we're available to work with you in any matters that relate to us, and feel free to reach out to us. I realize I'm at somewhat of a liability speaking to you about actuarial things at 1:30 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon when it's raining outside and you've just had lunch. So I'm going to do the very best job I can to move through this in such a way that hopefully will answer what I think are the questions that you probably have. Our primary membership, you probably meet these folks back home, but we've got primary membership among K-12, Board of Regents, TCSG, public libraries, county extension. Interestingly enough, in preparation for this presentation, one of our fastest growing groups as a percentage is charter schools, with over 35% gain in charter school membership at TRS in the last 5 years. We do have over 500,000 members. 145,000 of those get a benefit payment every month. 244,000 or so are active contributing members. Those are people who are working in an educational position thus far. And then we have a number of inactive people who are not currently working or currently contributing, but likely may eventually retire or some point in time come back to work. Our funding ratio currently is at 81.3%. Again, as Mr. Popman indicated, not exactly where we would like to be, but certainly we think that is among the top third of where we would find retirement funding ratios across the country. One of the things that we've done, and I will talk about some of the adjustments that we have made as well, but we have reduced our assumed rate of return down to 6.9% return. And in making a reduction of that, we've become even more conservative in what we think our returns will be, thus taking some risk off the table to ensure that our retirement system continues to be a viable and sustainable retirement system. As of the end of December, we had $87.4 billion, and sometimes some of you have asked about our number of retirements. We actually saw the number of retirements go down last year. So throughout COVID, throughout that period of time, we never experienced a significant increase of retirements from our system. Mr. Popman had indicated and mentioned the volatility that we've experienced in the last couple of years, and I'll refer back to that. Just 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half ago, when we prepared this presentation, our returns were 3.9%. As of this morning, about 6.5%. So far, so good, with much of the year left to go. One thing that I will mention, because we're going to look at such things as the ADEC in a few moments, but we do smooth our asset gains and losses over a 5-year period of time, which does play into how that ADEC eventually works out each year. Now, in the area of unfunded liabilities, this is certainly a large number. But if you'd have told us that 5 years ago that we would actually be $3 billion better off, it would have given everything that we've experienced in our economy. I actually think that has been a pretty good move that we certainly would hope would be sustainable in the future. When you look at some things that are considered a big ticket item in terms of the state, you realize you do not necessarily directly fund the teachers' retirement system of Georgia, but you do fund our employers. That actuarially determined employer contribution, that contribution rate that goes into TRS. Again, this number, I go back to fiscal year 22, where we were $1.4 billion. This year, $1.48 billion. Once again, given the volatility that we've experienced, if you'd indicated to us that we would be where we are today, given that volatility, we certainly could be in much worse shape. We certainly could be in much better shape. But we do have reasons to be optimistic, and one of the reasons, or several of the reasons that I feel optimistic about our plan and sustainability are on several of the things, including some things that our Board of Trustees have done, as well as a couple of things that you have done in the General Assembly that have helped us be able to either save costs and or generate greater returns. Our Board of Trustees in 2000 2013 eliminated a tax offset that we gave. As ERS, we also established a closed amortization schedule and then later reduced that amortization schedule. Twice in the last 4 years, we've reduced our assumed rate of return from 7.5 to where it is now at 6.9. Just a couple of years ago, you passed legislation allowing us to go into the alternatives investment space, a space that has generated better returns than other asset classes that we have over the last several years. And so we are now in that asset class as well. Again, we also recently reduced our closed amortization schedule even further as we go through those processes every year. We thank you for the opportunity to share with you this information. This time I'll now turn it over to Diane Pope, who will come and talk about some things as it relates to GSFIC.
Chairman Tillery, Chairman Hatchett, members of the General Assembly, good afternoon, and thank you for having us here today. Sorry, is that better? So my name is Diana Pope, and I'm a director with the Georgia State Finance Investment Commission. As you all know, we're responsible for putting together successful bond sales for the state's general obligation debt portfolio. As this slide shows, we have been rated AAA by all three major credit rating agencies since 1997. And it's something we're all very proud of. And I'd be remiss if I didn't stop right here and just say thank you. We appreciate the focus on liabilities today, because one thing we tell the rating agencies every time we meet with them is that although we value our ratings and we need our ratings, and I'll get into the benefits of that, we don't take them for granted. As Director Farr said, we put a lot of time and effort into proving why we are deserving of having our ratings affirmed each year. The state's highest ratings reflect in all key factors strength as it relates to the state's governmental framework, financial management, economy, liability and debt burden, and overall operating performance to deal with economic downturns. Maintenance of our prime grade ratings will require continued attention to debt and liability management, strong financial condition, and commitment to strong fiscal governance. I think this slide provides a great visual of how Georgia compares to the rest of the nation. The states shaded in green are those that are rated AAA. So all three major credit ratings have assigned a AAA rating. The most recent state to join this exclusive club is Minnesota. You may be interested to note that Minnesota actually had been a member since 1997. But they lost it in 2003 due to one-time maneuvers to meet budget gaps. AAA ratings were again assigned just last year in 2022. Alaska used to be on this list. They lost it in 2016 due to growing structural imbalance. And Virginia, who has been rated longer than we have, were actually put on a negative outlook back during the Great Recession, and then they were finally put back to stable in 2018. So again, it's not something that we take for granted. Georgia is one of the few triple AAA rating states that have not changed in their outlook over the years, and we're very, very proud of that. And again, thank you. AAA ratings are assigned to those states that have demonstrated a high degree of creditworthiness to meet financial commitments, and it has significant implications on the borrowing cost of the state. And this matters to us because we borrow about $1 billion of general obligation bond debt each year. Georgia's gilt edge ratings help us obtain the best market rates on any given day. I can't control the market, but hopefully whatever the market is giving, we'll attain those best rates because of our ratings. Conservative investors typically sacrifice return or yield to own the highest credit ratings available, and many portfolios require investments in AAA bonds. Another benefit of being rated AAA is having market access when others may not. For example, in 2009, Georgia was one of the few states and one of the first states that was able to have a successful competitive bond sale, and we've been able to continue that trend through other challenging market environments. Our AAA matters even more when there are challenging market technicals, such as what we're experiencing now with high inflation and rising interest rates. Most underwriting firms are expecting this year to be another volatile market. Being able to be at the top of the pack is a huge benefit. Thank you for your continued commitment to keep us here. And selfishly, you all make my job a lot easier than many of our state issuers. So this slide highlights the reasons we have maintained our AAA ratings for over a quarter of a century, and why, in spite of the economic headwinds facing us, I am confident we'll continue to prove why we're deserving of those high ratings. These credit strengths are why we have been able to navigate through various extreme challenges over the years and maintain both our AAA ratings and stable outlook. To get us through those times, Georgia demonstrated strong fiscal conservative governance. When needed, really tough decisions were made to maintain structural balance, which included budget cuts, which were painful, and reducing debt issuance. And then there was a strong commitment to rebuild the reserves and strengthen the state's liquidity position. Each year has had its challenges, and we appreciate your commitment to prepare our great state for any other events that, we cannot even imagine coming our way, and hopefully there won't be any in this coming year. Thank you again. We're one of only 14 states. We compete with investors for our bonds to get that low borrowing cost, and appreciate that you all make it a priority to prove that we are deserving of the highest creditworthy distinction. So this slide shows some downgrade factors that were reflected from excerpts from our June 22 rating reports. They serve as reminders to support what we stated earlier, that we cannot afford to take our AAA ratings for granted. Georgia has a long history, as Director Farr started with, of proving our willingness and ability to maintain fiscal balance and provide a solid foundation for future growth. Because we do have debt outstanding, we are required to provide an annual update on the state's financial condition, which includes revenue performance and how we're meeting the state's obligations, to include all the things that have been discussed on this panel. And I'm honored to work alongside everyone here because they play a big part in making our case before the rating agencies each year. Although this panel has highlighted significant challenges, the good news is they are all manageable. We are more than deserving of our AAA ratings because of your leadership. With that said, on behalf of all here, we appreciate and value the hard work that you all do to support the state's AAA ratings and to make the decisions to put together the amended 23 budget and 24 budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all of you, especially Ms. Pope. Thank you for finishing up the presentations just now. But I just want to say that I've already gone ahead and sent a text to my staff and asked them to pull this and hold it in archive so I can watch it again for the next few nights. Extreme detail, possibly the most detail. No offense to any other groups who've ever presented here, but the most detail and the most condensed matter of time that I think I've seen. So thank you all very much. I appreciate that. You've got quite a few questions. I think the first comes from my friend up here on the podium, Chairman Hatchett. Got to mash your button, Mr. Chairman.
I have to do that. God. Thank you, Chairman Tillery. Commissioner Sullivan, just looking at the chart and the turnover and how many we're losing and how many employees we lose and how many we gain, I know most people try to do some sort of exit survey or when you're leaving. Could you summarize for us maybe some of the top reasons we're losing so many employees?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I wish I could give you a better answer, but we still do not know across, the enterprise why most employees are leaving. We do have limited data that is collected through the state's human capital management system. We do have an exciting project that we're working on right now that I think in the horizon will provide us much better data and assist us with streamlining the entire recruitment, retention process, the exit interviews, collecting real-time data that the members of the General Assembly and the governor can use in making decisions, as well as commissioners. So that's the next gen project, the replacement of the state's ERP tool that we are working with the state accounting office on right now.
Well, thank you for the answer, but I don't know that I liked it, but thanks for the answer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Beach.
Yes, Director Farr.
Okay, Martin.
Director, thank you for all you do, and thank you for all the hard work you've put into this. My question is, the Port of Savannah is growing unbelievably. It's an economic engine for our state, but we also have looked at a freight and logistics program, but it's going to cost about $3 billion to implement that program. I want to talk to you a little bit about investing some of our surplus in that. I know we've got the one-time homestead exemption tax, we got the pay raises and all, but we still have some surplus left. What are your thoughts on investing in freight and logistics and infrastructure to make sure we, when they're talking about the trains maybe a mile longer going through rural Georgia in some of these towns, that's going to be an issue. So what are your thoughts on investing some of this surplus in freight and logistics and infrastructure?
I think I'm the wrong person to ask. I think it's really more of the governor, right? I mean, this is his plan, but just generally speaking about, what to or not to invest the surplus in, I mean, I think those are all legitimate questions that have to be answered as the budget rolls through the appropriation process. I think, in my role, I hear a lot of great ideas. I really do. A lot of things that the state would be wise to consider. But what I lack a lot of times is details, right? I mean, if we're going to spend $3 billion on this initiative or whatever, like, what is the actual improvement going to do? When does it need to be invested? What other resources are available? I mean, the feds are throwing tremendous amounts of money, especially in infrastructure, in these coming years. And so how are we leveraging or maximizing that? And so that's just a general comment on any type of question I'd probably get about, should we or could we do more this, that, or the other with any level of surplus?
And there's a lot of questions, so if you don't mind, please get right to your question. Chairman Werkheiser.
Thank you, and thank you all for putting the balance sheet as a part of the hearing. Commissioner Sullivan, the workers' comp numbers were very concerning. You mentioned the ad from last year. Is there an amount this year to settle more? Because I didn't hear one. We put in the $150 million last year.
No, sir, there's no additional funding for settlements in the governor's recommended budget this year. But what I do want to point out is that most of those settlements were completed at during the first quarter of FY23. So the numbers and the reduced future liability are not yet showing in the annual comprehensive financial report, which we expect to see that in the FY23 act as well as the next few fiscal periods.
Okay.
Director, do we have an idea on how much we expect that $150 million to reduce liabilities by right now, or is that a number you can get to us later?
Our projection is that we've reduced the future liability to the state and the workers' comp program by $240 million. That is our estimate.
And I see Wade Damron in the back, and Wade, thank you. I know that you've worked on that program for many years, so thank you so much. Senator Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Director Evans and Potvin. I've been thinking for a long time that people that are retirees, especially early retirees, could be a great tool for us in our workforce issue. And I just wanted to ask, are there barriers that keep people who've retired and then change their mind to get back into employment, either as a teacher or as a state government employee?
We do, in the ERS, have statutory provisions that allow for some limited amount of service by retirees. So if you are rehired in a state job as an ERS retiree, you can work up to 1,040 hours, so basically half a year, and still receive your pension. If you wish to work more than that, you are free to do so, but we will suspend your pension from the point at which you hit the 1,040 hours for the rest of that calendar year, and we'll reinstate it in January the following year. But in terms of the actual ability to be a rehired retiree, it is possible to do so under ERS.
And yes, the answer is similar for the Teachers Retirement System of Georgia. With our 146,000 retirees, we have about 13,000 who come back each year and work 49% or less. Last year, this assembly passed House Bill 385, which allowed teachers in critical needs areas to come back and work full-time. And this has been the first year of that implementation. Though numbers have been small, I can tell you that there are a couple of hundred classrooms in Georgia, most of them special needs students who have a retired educator coming back to work with them this year that otherwise may not be serving in that classroom. So we have those provisions, and we appreciate continuing to work with you to make these people available to work to fill these human resource needs. Thank you.
Representative Donahue.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, kudos, well prepared. I do appreciate that. Commissioner Sullivan, just a quick question on departure. Do you do a departure interview?
So each agency is responsible for, entering the information regarding their workforce in the state's human capital management system. So that is a practice that some agencies do. The Department of Administrative Services does do an exit interview for our employees, but we have to rely on each agency to do that. I should have mentioned earlier when I addressed this that is something we are encouraging agencies to do, to get real answers for why employees are leaving, right? Because we don't know. There are many factors that go into why an employee might voluntarily leave the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Noggle, this is something I maybe ought to know, but I've never really had an opportunity to ask, so I'm going to take this opportunity. On the state health benefit plan, I think you said you had 650,000 people on it. What percentage of those, or a number, are over the age of 65?
Most of our retirees, but there's a small number, I'll get you the exact percentage. We have a small number of our employees that are what we call our pre-65 employees from the time they retire from state service, but before they hit age 65. But most of our retirees are over age 65, but I'll get you the exact number.
And they're still on the regular state health benefit plan?
They're on state health benefit plan until they hit 65, at which point we shift them over to a Medicare or Medicare Advantage plan.
Do you have any over 65 that are still on the traditional plan, or are they forced to go to Medicare?
I don't want this to be a trick question. I believe that they're all moving. I'll have to double check that there's not someone left on an old version of a plan.
So I was under the impression that the teacher retirees could stay on the traditional plan, which is a pretty expensive way to insure them.
I'll double check.
Okay,
We'll double check for you.
Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Chairman Tillery. This is for Mr. Popman and Dr. Evans. The General Assembly and the Governor, along with several other partners, have provided $5,000 raises for some of the state employees and also the teachers over the last couple of years. Has there been an analysis done by your teams so that we could better understand what the long-term implications are from a contribution standpoint and also a liability standpoint?
I probably should let Mr. Popman answer that question first, but I'm going to take a stab quickly at it. First of all, with any pay increase, there is an inherent future liability from a pension standpoint. We understand that. Both of our plans, not to speak for his, but our plans basically create in there a wage growth assumption over time of 2.5%. I think if you look at what's happened over the last 5 years, we were still probably within the assumptions. We will do a experience study. The law requires at least once every 5 years to make sure that our fit of what has happened in terms of those salary increases fit within what the actual experience was and make those adjustments. I know that with we've been looking at what a $2,000 percent raise would be, and it would certainly fall within that 2.5% gain. And I'll let Mr. Popman clean up what I messed up.
Yeah, ERS does have a similar assumption. We're about 3% wage growth. To the extent that we are in excess of that, that does increase the liability. We'll actually see the impacts of this at the next actuarial evaluation, which we will get in April. On the contribution side, the average member in our system increased their salary by about 11% So that's an immediate impact to the contribution dollars that are coming in. I would look at it as sort of offsetting. Our employment has been declining since about 2008 in ERS. We once had 75,000 employees or members, and we're down to about 52 at the low point here. And so in a way, we were getting fewer dollars in than we were expecting all the way down. And now we're going to, as employment strengthens, we're going to see the opposite effect for a little while.
Chairman Martin.
Thank you. Ms. Nog, I have two questions. One's for you, if I could, and it goes to Senator Walker's comment or question. I would like to see us get actual numbers on pooling. What sections of the retiree and what, because we're self-insured, what costs go along with that? I mean, those are contractual obligations we have in the defined plan, and I understand, but I think it's safe to say that our current employees we're being charged at a higher rate, 29% of the total, because it's all pooled together. If possible, I think that would be a productive number for us to have so we could better manage that. And I think that goes along to his questions, if you could provide.
Sure. And in fact, if I might add, the Department of Audits and Accounts, and we owe them really their thanks for their work, they've been conducting a financial performance review on the state health benefit plan, which should be released literally any day, that has a lot of really good detail and financial information about the different components of the plan broken down by pool.
Tillery, if I could, one more report from either ERS or TRS is we've heard for years, and I'm just curious if we keep a handle on this or could get a report. I mean, we hear it all the time, especially in TRS, Mr. Evans, about wage spiking, the issue of getting a promotion right before you retire, and you know, somebody that's making X all of a sudden making 150% of X for 2 years and then retiring. And then also I think it's available to us, but see what percentage in this system that's built for the rank and file teachers and employees in the school system are outside that norm, where we're paying retirement on salaries of, you know, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, and people are retiring on 60% of a $400,000. I know that's not a big number, but that's not what the salaries have been paid in, and I think that hurts the rank and file. If either or both of you could provide us information, but without serially identifying the individuals involved, but how that affects the system as a whole to help us making it more actuarially sound.
Absolutely. I can address the pension spiking issue for ERS. In 2009, legislation was passed to address this very issue. The intent is that any increase in the last 12 months of a member's employment prior to retirement that is in excess of 5% for any reason will not be counted toward the calculation of the final pension benefit. Because we can't reduce a member's benefit, you know, the anti-cutback rules in statute, it's actually two-part legislation. So for those individuals who were hired prior to 2009 when the legislation went into effect, we actually will do a calculation on such people, and to the extent that the increase in their pension exceeds what they would have had if they had only received a 5% increase, we actually bill the employers for the difference on an actuarial basis. We send invoices out. For those who are hired after 2009, we're starting to get some retirements now since it's been more than 10 years. We just simply cut off the calculation at the 5% number.
We've got 3 more questions and 2 more minutes, so we're going to try to get them in. Senator Orrock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Popkin, I had a question for you. The $150 million that was referenced, that's going to fund less than the 1.5% cost of living, isn't it?
On average, about 1.05% per year, yes.
Are there any plans to get us back to the 3% pledge that was in the Georgia law for decades?
That's a question for a lot more people besides me. I would love to see us get back to that level, but it will cost, you know, there's a significant cost associated with that. So it will be, in my view, a multi-year process to get us there.
Thank you.
Representative Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question is for Commissioner Noggle. It's just a point of clarification. You were talking about increasing the per member per month up to $1,500. Again, tell me, what's the effect of doing that on the agency or employee and on the bottom line for you?
So for state employees, the employer share of their health insurance is based on a percentage of their salary. For school system employees, it's calculated on a flat per member per month. So for school teachers, it's $945 a month for those members that choose coverage. That ends up currently, and this will be really highlighted in this report that's coming out shortly, but that is in terms of raw dollars, much less than the average contribution for state employees, which is why we saw some of those unfunded liabilities so different between the state OPEB account and the school retiree account. And so by raising that per member per month up to $1,580, it increases revenue to the plan, which will further enable us to make those OPEB contributions annually, putting us into a better long-term position.
So, apologize. Our last question, Representative Chokas. I'm promoting you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this one is towards Executive Director Evans. If you could talk to me a little bit about the TRS has lowered its investment goals from 7.5, 7.2 to 6.9. Are those in line with industry standards, and will that create problems for the legislature as far as funding? And that's my question.
Great question. First way I can answer that, first of all, by having a lower rate of assumption, when we exceed that, and we talked about 5-year smoothing, when we exceed that 6.9%, we will actually have more money that goes into that 5-year smoothing. Should we miss that 6.9% assumption, that means that we have to put less in the state budget to cover the ADEC. So we think that it takes risk off the table for you and helps us be more sustainable in having a lower rate of return by that standpoint. Hopefully that answers your question. I'll be glad to follow up. But again, and where that fits nationally, we are now in line nationally, but that has been a national trend to lower those assumption rates. And we would say that 6.9 probably would be about the national mean or median at this point in time.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, all members, for your questions. There's still lights on the board. Apologize if you don't mind just trying to grab one of the commissioners and ask them offline if you don't mind. Commissioners, we want to tell you thank you so much again for your presentation and clearly the effort, commissioners and directors, for the effort that you put in today. Appreciate it so much. Thank you very much. Our next segment has also had a lot of questions and was put on this agenda again because of interest of members like you. The next two presenters will be Ms. Jennifer Wade from the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget and Jessica Simmons, the Deputy CIO of the Georgia Technology Authority, to talk about federal funds and the grant implementation status from FY23. While they're coming up, I would be remiss to not say, if you don't mind giving a round of applause for Mr. Justin Speck. Justin's helped us all day and really all week from the House Media Services Office. Thank you so much, Justin. The floor is yours, Director Wade and Deputy Simmons.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm Jen Wade. I'm the Grants Division Director over at the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. Want to introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, and my name is Jessica Simmons. I'm the Deputy CIO for Broadband and Special Projects at the Georgia Technology Authority.
We are going to provide you with the COVID-19 federal funds update. The Grants Division of the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget was designated as the prime recipient of COVID-19 relief funds, such as the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which you'll hear us refer to as CRF, State Fiscal Recovery Funds, and Capital Projects Funds. Other funds made available through COVID relief acts were directly allocated to other state and local entities. There are essentially two primary funding streams under these acts. Under CARES, there was the CRF, or Coronavirus Relief Funds, used to make payments for specific uses to states and local governments, and then the American Rescue Plan Act that was enacted on March 11th of 2021, which brought $4.8 billion in state fiscal recovery funds to Georgia. This is just an organization chart to show you the folks that we have over at the Grants Division that are really doing everything from processing the payments, onboarding, technical assistance, and then also the subrecipient monitoring as well. The Coronavirus Relief Fund ended in December 31st, 2021, and under this, the obligations were $3.5 billion for CRF. The state did obligate $3,502,238,852.74. It's a lot. There were 4 programs under this assistance listing. It consisted of local governments, state agencies, and then 2 rounds of nursing home funds as well. Under CRF, we had 1,680 awards. Again, the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds brought to the state $4.8 billion, and I just want to highlight the naming convention here. Under the assistance listing, it is state local fiscal recovery funds. However, Treasury, when they divided that out into the state portion and the local portion, the 4.8 was in the state fiscal recovery funds, and then we made payments in the amount of $354 million to non-entitlement units of government or local governments serving populations of less than 50,000. For the state fiscal recovery fund portion, our obligations to date are $4.4 billion. And the total state fiscal recovery fund payments to date are $1.3 billion. I'll talk through momentarily about some of the considerations for the payments to date. But so far, under State Fiscal Recovery Fund, we have 21 programs and 1,709 awards. I wanted to briefly highlight our website. If you go to the main page of OPB and you click the 4 grantees link there, this is really our one-stop shop. It's full of resources, including everything from our onboarding process, webinars, tutorials, and the technical assistance, as well as all of our contact information as well. We like to provide, again, just kind of a one-stop shop for our grantees to visit in order to know what's expected for each program. For the state fiscal recovery funds, those grantees are subject to program requirements set forth by the state according to enumerated uses under the U.S. Department of the Treasury's final rule, as well as provisions of the Uniform Guidance 2 CFR 200 upon the date of the award. All subrecipients and subawards must also undergo subrecipient monitoring according to those guidance. Okay, we're going to briefly walk through, again, we do have 21 programs, so we're going to briefly walk you through each one of these to ensure you have an overview of what these programs are. As you can see on the slide, we have the obligated amount, the awarded amount, and approved amounts here. And just for reference, the obligated amounts are an action that commits payment to these, so it's our set-aside funds, and they become awarded once they go through our onboarding process, but most notably signing that terms and conditions agreement. That's the grant agreement that commits them to the projects. We're going to start with the Broadband Infrastructure Program, and I'm going to allow Jessica to walk you through that, as well as the capital projects funds.
Thank you. So as many will remember, Governor Kemp in February of 2021 announced $408 million in preliminary awards for state fiscal recovery funds within ARPA for broadband infrastructure projects. Following this announcement, the Georgia Technology Authority, my agency, worked with the awardees through a due diligence process to ensure program compliance. And then following that process, that's how we get to the overall number of the $377 million that was awarded. There was one applicant that ultimately declined their award, and so that's where you'll see the variation between obligated and awarded. But with that, applications were reviewed by an 18-member committee that was set up by the governor. And at that point, once the applications were scored, they were presented to the governor for final approval. And again, those projects are now currently underway that were announced in February of 2021. Those projects, when complete, will serve approximately 180,000 locations in the state of Georgia. From a broadband perspective, what we consider a location is a home or business. And with the vast majority of those locations being either unserved or underserved based on the state definition of broadband, which is 25.3 megabits in the download and 3 megabits in the upload. And then all of the projects that are being funded with this funding through state fiscal recovery funds will all be served at 100 by 100 symmetrical. So essentially our state definition of broadband is 25.3, which is kind of very much a baseline threshold. And all of the new projects in every location that is being funded with this particular set of funds will reach 100 symmetrical or higher. The vast majority of these projects are all fiber projects, and so they're certainly capable of well beyond this speed threshold. Those speed thresholds for this funding were also set forth by Treasury guidance. With that, along with the other fund that I'll talk about in a moment, all of the projects that are being funded through state fiscal recovery funds for broadband have to be completed by the end of December 31st of 2026. And so that's something I just want to highlight about some of the nuances with our broadband projects and some of the issues that we're seeing with procurement requirements, and obviously to give a little bit more insight into approved payments. One of the things that we are seeing is obviously with every industry concern about supply chain, and obviously increased costs due to inflation as these projects continue to move forward. In addition to that, as Jen just mentioned about 2 CFR 200 and uniform guidance, there are a lot of federal procurement requirements that apply to every step of this process, whether it's getting fiber, whether it's contracting labor. It's really very cumbersome. And so that's actually something that Jen and I, together with industry partners, are working very hard to work with U.S. Treasury to hopefully relax some of these requirements, which will make it much easier for not only the state to implement these programs, but what we're also more focused on is much easier for our awardees to be able to get through this process, be in compliance, and go ahead and get their projects finished by that December 31st, 2026 deadline. Again, some of those other issues that we're seeing, as I mentioned, where we're seeing supply chain issues, that also coupled with some of the procurement issues that we're having because of the federal requirements, is making this somewhat cumbersome for our awardees. And again, we're actively working to make that hopefully an easier process for them if U.S. Treasury will allow us. The other thing that we're also encountering with the procurement issues is also asset ownership, so ultimately who would own the network in the end. That's also been something that we've developed a plan to work through, but it's based on federal guidance. It's just really not as straightforward as it really should be. In addition to that, there is another subset of funds within the American Rescue Plan Act called the Capital Projects Fund, and that was an additional $260 million related to connectivity for the state. We had to, unlike state fiscal recovery funds, we actually had to submit a plan and get that approved by Treasury. We have Treasury approval, and we have set aside $250 million of that for last mile broadband projects. So again, last mile meaning to a home or a business. And we set up that grant program a little bit differently, where the state actually, using our broadband availability map, looked at each county, saw which counties within the state were our most unserved, and so we then put those counties out to be eligible for people to apply for the grant, to make sure that this funding was really going to the areas of absolute most need. And with that, the first week of January, Governor Kemp announced $234 million in capital projects fund awards for 28 counties. Again, we have a lot of the same procurement issues with capital projects fund as federal guidance applies to that the same way that it would for State Fiscal Recovery Fund. And again, also the same concerns about just making sure we meet that December 31st, 2026 deadline. But with that, those are some of our nuances with the broadband projects that I also do know apply to some of the other programs as well. But with that, I'll turn it back over to Jen.
Thank you. Okay, so moving to the cash assistance for disproportionately impacted communities. This provides funding to the Department of Human Services for cash assistance of a maximum amount of $350 to SNAP, TANF, and Medicaid recipients. Those recipients are considered disproportionately impacted communities by Treasury's definition and final rule. The COVID-19 prevention and mitigation for assisted living and personal care homes. This was designed to provide funds for assisted living and personal care homes that are licensed with 25 beds or more to help prevent and mitigate the spread of COVID-19 in their facilities. The COVID-19 Prevention and Mitigation Hospital Grant. This program provides funds for improvements, like capital improvements, to hospital facilities related to COVID-19. I do want to highlight this is one of our most underutilized programs, as you can see by the obligated, awarded, and approved payments. Oops, I'm sorry, advanced too soon. We've talked to a lot of the hospitals and some of the associations, and some of the reasonings behind it were just they generally didn't have a need for it, they didn't really know what to spend it on, or that they were afraid of the cash flow. And internally, we try to clear those payments within 48 hours, either return back to the grantee or a completed approved payment. And so after that, it really takes between 2 weeks and a maximum of 30 days for them to receive their payment. So that's just kind of what we've highlighted, but it is one of our most underutilized programs. The drinking water projects to support increased populations is exactly as it sounds, drinking water projects to support increased populations. Under interim final rule, which was the interim guidance that we had at the time, water sewer projects had to align to drinking water state revolving funds or clean water state revolving funds. And at the time, drinking water state revolving funds did not allow the use of water sewer projects to support increased populations for population growth. Fast forward to final rule implementation, Treasury opened it up to make an enumerated use for increased populations, and so we were able to open up a new grant program to accommodate that. The Georgia Investments in Housing is an affordable housing project for nonprofits that are either 501c3 or 501c19 tax-exempt organizations to provide that affordable housing and also assist individuals experiencing homelessness. We also have a healthcare staffing contract, as well as a hospital improvements for disproportionately impacted communities. This project provides funding for Grady Hospital for capital improvements. It will create 184 new permanent inpatient beds to serve the disproportionately impacted low-income patients, stemming from the closure of the only other level 1 trauma center in the area, and then Grady's own low-income patients as well. Our Hospital Regional Coordinating Center grant is reimbursements for the Department of Public Health Grady Coordinating Center expansion. The Improving Neighborhood Outcomes in Disproportionately Impacted Communities is an open grant we have right now that is currently in application review. This provides development or maintenance of parks and recreational facilities that are located in a qualified census tract. Our judicial grant is designed to address the backlog of court cases with a priority on serious violent felonies. Our negative economic impact, along with our broadband program and water sewer infrastructure, was one of the first tranche awards that we did, and this provides support to nonprofits and other entities as a result of a negative economic impact that was either caused or exacerbated by the pandemic. We also have a nursing home COVID-19 mitigation program. Again, this is to support licensed nursing homes to provide mitigation and prevention efforts. The offender COVID-19 treatment provides funding for the support of Georgia Department of Corrections to reimburse treatment and testing and reduce spread in its facilities. The Public Safety and Community Violence Reduction Grant, you'll also see no awards on our slide here. This one's also in application review. I believe we received over 160 applications. This one is for the purpose of addressing gun crime and community violence. as well as a decrease in public sector law enforcement staffing caused by COVID-19. The Public Safety Officials and First Responders Supplement Grant, this provided $1,000 to all eligible sworn law enforcement in the state and a $300 supplement for volunteer firefighters. Our school-based health centers provides funding to the Department of Education to provide grants that support the planning, renovation, like space renovation, startup staffing, medical supplies, etc., for approximately 122 school-based health centers in Title I schools. And then we have the State Fiscal Recovery Administrative Funds, that is program funds set aside for the program administration and management of the funds. A USG COVID medical expense for testing and treatment. A victim services grant, which provides support for nonprofits, again, who are 501c3 or 501c19 tax exempt organizations that experienced a negative economic harm due to the pandemic. This will be validated by the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and the funds will be used to support operational expenses for the impacted nonprofits. And then finally, we have our water sewer infrastructure, which provides investments for water and sewer infrastructure in the state. So obviously, with the influx of federal funds to the state, this also came with Treasury guidance as well as policy requirements under the Uniform Guidance, and you'll hear me say 2 CFR 200 quite a lot. These requirements under 2 CFR 200 include everything from competitive procurement, single audits, cost principles, and other requirements that grantees, some may not have experience complying with. Some of our, perhaps local governments, even our nonprofits. Just to provide you a look at what the post-award onboarding process looks like over at OPB, first and foremost, they have to sign the grant agreement committing to the funds. This is a federal requirement, and we have seen some delays due to maybe grantee legal review and things like that. They also must obtain a unique entity identifier, which you'll hear me call a UEI, from sam.gov. This is also a federal requirement, and this can take between 9 to 12 weeks to process. So it is lengthy. They have to register as a vendor with the state, and this is to facilitate ACH transfers between the grantee and our office. And finally, they must complete a detailed budget worksheet for approval of expenditures. This is a federal best practice, but it also allows us to comply with the requirements under 2 CFR 200. Capital expenditures, if they're over a certain amount, have to have written prior approval from the granting agency, et cetera. So this allows us to collect this and approve their expenditures up front. OPB is obviously responsible for the implementation and management of all grant programs administered by the Office of Planning and Budget, so it would be our grants division, and we accomplish this through risk assessments, on-site site visits, desk reviews, and things like that. And I wanted to briefly walk you through some of the considerations to the project performance that we are seeing on our side that have impacted our project timelines. One of those is delayed grantee onboarding. When onboarding our new grantees, we strongly encourage them, first and foremost, after signing the terms and conditions, to submit that vendor management form right away, because we try to hit the items that have the most delays up front. So when they come to us after the first tranche funding, our application process already collected the UEI number, so they should either be in the process of that or already finished with that. But the vendor management form is something that we have tried to impart on our grantees to get to us right away, so those are some of the delays that we see. A signed agreement, we don't see that the agreement causes as many delays as our budgets or a vendor management form. In some instances, again, where it's the grantee's legal review, it can cause some delays, but we do have a deadline to sign to commit to the funds, and so that typically takes care of that. Overall, it's the final budget submission to OPB that causes the most significant delays. The average time that it takes for grantees to submit their grants to OPB, keeping in mind we have a 90-day policy on when you're supposed to submit the budget, 90 days after signing the terms and condition. So the average is 126 days to get this to OPB. And the average time on our end to approve it is 13 days. The unique entity identifier, again, those are causing significant delays. In April of last year, the federal government transitioned from the use of DUNS numbers. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. It's a Duns and Bradstreet number that is typically your identifier for a grant. And in that transition, due to the influx in all the funding, I mean, it created a massive delay. Again, 9 to 12 weeks. In some instances, it was longer than that if they had to go back and forth with the grantee. We cannot award grant funds until we receive that UEI because we are unable to report to Treasury on the funds that have gone out the door if they don't have that UEI. Asset ownership concerns. Uniform guidance includes requirements on how non-federal entities should account for equipment and property ownership. It also puts information out on usage of equipment and supplies purchased with federal funds. For example, if we were to award something to a county, they can't just purchase something and then allow the ISP to utilize it for building in their infrastructure projects. This is primarily, again, as Jessica mentioned, impacted our broadband grants, where the local governments implementing their broadband projects would not, under 2 CFR, own their fiber network. And as she mentioned, we are working diligently with Treasury to hopefully see those procurement waivers come soon. I did want to note, too, while it will increase our timeline, if Treasury were to open up and allow some flexibility on those procurement guidelines, it does inherently increase the risk of our programs because our job at the Grants Division of OPB is to ensure that we are mitigating waste, fraud, and abuse. And so if those procurement regulations are dropped, it does help us on the timeline issues, but the competitive procurement and things like that are not there. So we are actually prepared. We have a robust subrecipient monitoring program, and we are prepared to mitigate that as well should those waivers, when those waivers are approved. And again, just touching again on the 2 CFR 200 compliance issues. The reason that they are there is to focus on increased competition and transparency in the procurement process. I think the biggest issue that we are seeing, especially from broadband, also water and sewer, is a lot of these projects have already begun. So the project period, again, as Jessica mentioned, it ends in December of 2026, but it dates back all the way to March 3rd of 2021. And so when these funds were announced, there were a number of programs where we allowed them to backdate that, specifically the infrastructure projects. So they may already be, in projects with contracts they may not have procured under 2 CFR 200. And so our staff, along with our third-party auditors, are working with them to make sure they're documenting their policies and procedures. If they've utilized sole source in any way, and making sure their documentation will essentially be enough when we face Treasury audit down the road when these funds are already expended. And finally, the environmental process, review process timelines. This consideration is primarily impacting our water sewer infrastructure projects. And just due to the nature of the process, every project varies in time, but they do have to undergo that process. Our team is also working with EPD, so when they do get a C or non-C or anything like that, then we are coordinating with them so they can go ahead and submit reimbursement requests. All right. So that concludes our presentation, and just we've put our email addresses, our contact information here if you need any follow-up as well.
Thank you so much, Director and Deputy Director as well. Appreciate y'all's presentation. You have a couple of questions, but thank you on behalf of us and our constituents for what you've done to help roll out a massive effort to tackle broadband in rural communities, water and sewer systems that needed massive improvement, and then also to help us manage federal funds and make sure that state dollars were not at risk in that process. So thank you so much for your help. You got a couple of questions. I think the first one comes from here on the front, Chairman Parsons.
Thank you, Chairman. Question for Jessica Simmons. I wanted to ask you about this. These funds that were announced back at the first of the year by the governor. I believe those are the funds are coming, if I'm not mistaken, from the American Recovery Fund for that. That's where those funds were coming from. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Just to clarify, so there are two separate sets of resources for broadband within the American Rescue Plan Act. So there's State Fiscal Recovery Fund, which is what was shown up on the screen, and that was the $408 million in preliminary awards that is currently sitting awarded at about $377 million. And then Governor Kemp announced an additional $234 million a couple weeks ago, and that is for the Capital Projects Fund, which is a separate pot of money within ARPA, but it's not State Fiscal Recovery Fund.
If I may, I wanted to ask,
Yes,
for those funds, are those funds being allocated, or is that based on the Georgia map that Georgia put together? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And the other question is, are the requirements to get money from that, or to be awarded money from that round, is that based on federal requirements or requirements that we have put in place? And then, if I may, and I'll stop after this, I'm just wondering, does that include just fiber, or does it include fixed wireless or coax?
Yes, sir. So the way that these programs have been structured, ultimately, obviously, we have to follow Treasury guidance to make sure that we're in compliance of how the funding is being used and distributed. So what we did is when we were structuring our program with OPB, we started with the federal guidance to make sure that we were in compliance with their regulations, and then at that point, Georgia tailored our program where we actually did make our program a little bit stricter than Treasury guidance would have allowed. Treasury guidance essentially preferred that we avoid locations that are not currently served by 100 by 20. And the way that we actually structured our program, we wanted to go specifically to unserved locations for Capital Projects Fund. And so we really wanted to make sure this funding got to the locations that needed it the most. And so at that point, in addition to being in compliance with Treasury, we really wanted to target this funding in the most strategic way. A vast majority of the awards for both State Fiscal Recovery Fund and for Capital Projects Fund are 100% fiber. We do have a handful of projects that are using some hybrid fiber coax that can still meet the required speeds. But there is a preference for fiber in Treasury guidance, and so that is something that we carried through to our program to make sure that the best we could in every single stance. Some guidance from Treasury puts in requirements, and then some things are preferences. And so what we wanted to do is, obviously we had to meet all of the requirements, but we also designed our program to also meet as many of their preferences as well.
Chairwoman Oliver.
Thank you. Ms. Wade, am I correct that all of these grants are managed by OPB and are not in any way appropriated by the Appropriations Committee? Am I correct in that?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Are they reflected in this budget document anywhere?
I am not sure. I'll have to go. I'll get you the answer to that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be open, is OPB open to suggestions from the Appropriations Committee if we have some for those monies you haven't appropriated?
Almost all of it is allocated or obligated to this at this point, but absolutely, if you have ideas, you can email me.
There are a few important blanks that I noticed.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And in fairness to the members, the presenters, remember that many of us did serve on several of the committees, the broadband, the water sewer, and the committee concerning, there was a third one that I apologize right now. I guess I'm scarred. I don't remember all of them. But we did serve on that. We did have some input, although the final decision, as the chairwoman presents, was the governor's. But we did have some insight. One last question, and then don't run out of here. I'm going to give you some additional instructions. Chair Lady James.
Thank you very much. Miss.
If you don't mind grabbing your mic, just so we can make sure that they hear you.
Thank you. Excuse me. I would like to know about the ARPA money. Do you have a report or something that we can look at, because we had 5 hearings last year, and people came from all over the state, and I asked many questions and we never got them answered. And this morning you have enlightened me on some of the ways that the funds were disseminated, but I'd like to know if it's a report somewhere or some way I can actually see so I can answer the many questions that come to me.
We certainly can get that to you from the broadband perspective. I can give you a list of all of the different grants and the awardees, and then obviously OPB's got thorough documentation when it comes to any of the other awards if you're interested as well.
Okay, I look forward to receiving that as soon as possible.
And we do, under our GDAC division, we do have an ARPA dashboard. We have one for CRF, and we have an ARPA dashboard on our website as well, and that shows you all the funding streams, all of the 21 programs that I just went over, and where they're at and status and all of that.
Okay, thank you. I'll look at that as well. Thank you.
Director Wade, Deputy Director Simmons, thank you so very much again. Appreciate y'all being here, and thank you for helping us understand better how the federal funds have been spent over the past years. Members, we got a little bit of a break. We're going to take a 5-minute restroom break, but we're going to start back before 2:15. It was my failure. I didn't leave the auditor really enough time to talk about what we should have when we asked him to come, and I'm going to try to give him back some of that time. So I've got on my watch that it's 2:04. We will start back at 2:09. I'll see you in just a second.
that I make you mad when I hit my hand.
Okay, staying true to our word, we're starting back. If you will, take your seats, please. We're going to reserve the balance of the time for the state auditor. If you don't mind, please take your seats. Do we need to start pinging their districts? Chairman Hatchett's making a list of who he's removing from the bond package. Please take your seats.
What bond package?
All right, members, if you don't mind, please take your audible conversations outside the room. We're going to hand the floor over right now. Again, I apologize to the state auditor. I apologize in advance for not giving you enough time to present this presentation, but I want to tell you thank you so much for being here, and we did want to give you some time to talk about the good work of your department and what you have been focused on this past year as we prepare for what we will probably see in FY24 and, of course, in the 23 general session.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I have a 10-minute presentation, so if you're giving me time, there might be more time for questions than we had anticipated. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Tillery, and Chairman Hatchett, and members of the committee. I'm Greg Griffin. I'm the State Auditor of Georgia, and thank you again for the opportunity to be here on your agenda today. As the Chairman said, I'm here really to highlight some of the key audits that the Department of Audits has released here recently and that you could find useful during your upcoming session or in future sessions. So the Department of Audits, we are an organization of about 250 professionals. Our role is unique, and the audit work undertaken by the department forms an important link in the accountability chain from the public sector to the General Assembly and ultimately to the citizens of Georgia. We see our purpose is to provide you and others with independent, creditable, nonpartisan information that can be used to inform your decisions. Apologize for the type font up here. We support the work of the General Assembly and fulfill our mission by delivering on a broad range of audits and related services. My office has a broad mandate and wide powers of access and evidence gathering to allow us to undertake our annual audit program. I am required to audit the financial statements of Georgia's state government entities and local school boards, and we undertake performance audits of aspects of public administration. In terms of the financial audits that we perform, we look at issues such as the soundness of internal controls, the integrity of the financial information produced by state management and the related systems, and whether the accounting treatment complies with the accounting standards and with state laws. The issues we have seen in recent years, these are in our financial audits, are around the integrity of certain account balances, controls related to financial statement preparation, primarily at our school systems, and general controls over our IT systems. We issue over 300 audit opinions each year. Over the past 3 years, I'm pleased to report that in every case but one, the state has received clean or unmodified opinions, which are the best you can get. I want to focus on performance audits for the remainder of my time. These are reports that I think are going to be most likely of interest and value to you as you conduct your work in this upcoming session and actually in future sessions, because a lot of the reports that we issue this year might sit on the table or on the shelf and be pulled off and used in future years. The Department of Audits has had a mandate to conduct performance audits for some 50 years now. Performance audits are an accepted and important component of the landscape of public administration. They inform the General Assembly and the public of the efficiency and effectiveness of major government programs. They are a ready source of public information to aid the understanding of public administration. And importantly, they provide a stimulus for better public administration and have contributed to a more accountable public sector. Our work can result in recommendations directed at state management for operational improvements or suggested legislative changes that you can consider, again, during your upcoming session. As noted on the slide here, over the past 3 years, this is a 3-year view, we've issued over 32 reports impacting 15 agencies and spanning a broad range of sectors. And in those reports contain over 140 recommendations. Special examinations are similar to performance audits in many respects, but they are generally smaller in scope. As the chairmen of the appropriations chairs know, we undertake requests for special examinations from the appropriation chairs at the end of each legislative session. And those reports that we work on are targeted for release prior to the next session. So the slide behind me lists the 5 special examinations that were requested for this upcoming session. And if you'll note, we have issued 3 of those reports, the first 3, and you can see the expected release dates on the remaining 2. I think as Commissioner Noggle said earlier, she referenced the State Health Benefit Plan report. We are imminently close in releasing that report. Should be later this week or early next week. New this year is the release of 10 tax incentive evaluation reports seen here on the slide. The chairs of the House Ways and Means Committee and also the chair of the Senate Finance Committee each identified 5 incentives to be evaluated. The reports themselves are rather lengthy, so we, Department of Audits, decided to prepare a summary for each report. Each summary captures the key information that you see in the infographic there to the right of this slide. This is the first year that we've issued these reports. This is a requirement under SB 6. One of the lessons learned this year is that we certainly see value in preparing a consolidated report, and we're certainly making plans to issue one of those starting next year. In my 15 minutes that I was allotted, we didn't think we had time to delve into the special exams or incentive reports. So I think the goal here today was to remind you or make you aware that these reports have been issued, are being issued, make you aware of those reports. We also know that you are very busy, and we are preparing to send you, after the hearings, a document, a PDF, that will contain a copy of the presentation, a one-page summary of all the audit reports that we issue, as well as a link to be a summary of the report and a link to the full report that's on our website. And we plan to cover the last 3 years of audit reports that we have issued. So we'll send this out again following the hearings. So new this year, lastly, I just want to mention we're going to be releasing a new product later this month, our school system financial dashboard. You can see a copy of the homepage here on the slide. The dashboard is built on data from 2018 to 2021. The dashboard will present trend data and will show revenues, expenditures, and fund balances for each school system. And for each system, you can also see comparable data to peer schools. You can look at school data compared to the state average. You can look at a school compared to other schools in their respective REISs. So lots of abilities to do some comparisons. And in addition, we have developed a fiscal health rating system, and the system is based on several key ratios and will provide an overall health status for each system. So I think the fund balance information is going to be pretty insightful too. It's interesting to note we're seeing the fund balance in the systems, it has more than doubled from $2.6 billion to $5.4 billion from 2018 to 2022. You can find all of our reports on our website at www.audits.ga.gov. If you have any specific questions around specific performance reports, you may contact Lisa Kiefer directly. She is our director over the Performance Audits Division. Questions around our fiscal notes, we do manage that fiscal note process, and around the tax incentive reports, please contact Matt Taylor. He is the expert in that area. And with that, I'm going to close. I'm going to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to be here today. Each year the bar is raised in terms of expectations on our office. We understand this, we accept it, and we are in good shape and well positioned to continue the valuable services we offer into the future. My staff and I look forward to working with y'all in the future. So this upcoming session.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin, and Lisa and Matt, thank you too for your help. I want to ask you if you don't mind going back a few slides. Can you make that thing go backwards and back to where you had your tax credit audits? I'm just wondering, I saw the 10. I'm wondering how many you've completed and what's left to do. I think there you go, right there.
So one little typo on this report. So we've issued 9 of these 10.
Okay.
And the third one from the bottom is a typo. That should be the retirement income exemption report. So the other 9 have been issued. And Matt, are we close on the, do you know?
I expect a draft this week.
Okay. We expect to see a draft of the last one this week.
And also take a personal moment and thank Senator Huffstetler and Senator Albers. I know y'all spent a lot of time working on that, so thank you for your help in that. Keys to solve perfectly for Senator Huffstetler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I really appreciate the professional job your department has done in a nonpartisan way and the experts you've brought in to do it. And we actually were doing our own summary page off of this, so maybe you saved us some work. We're in the process of it right now. Did you say it would be ready tomorrow, or?
We're not, the summary next year, we have the one last incentive report to issue this week.
We better continue what we're doing. I guess this is not so much for you, but for everybody, and what, you know, Representative Oliver said first about having this kind of information there. There's a lot of stuff that's not in the budget that you know, there's billions of dollars that are taken off to get to the number where we're at, and then we go from there. And I think if people saw all that, you know, it would be helpful. So maybe, you know, if we could, this would be obviously with our appropriations as Director Farr, but some way to include this in the budget where people can look for things that they might have different priorities on than what we're spending them on.
Chairman Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you. I appreciate what you do, and and your staff do. Just wanted to go back to one of your comments that you know, your department has broad powers. It has a lot of responsibilities, but also has a lot of broad powers to go out. I know, for instance, you guys will also go out and audit state contracts to make sure that companies that contract with the state, if I'm not mistaken, are you know, in compliance with our state contracts. Again, guarding taxpayer resources and funding, you know, dollars. Appreciate that. Just want to make sure that, you know, that's a big job, that you guys you know, have the staff to do it and the expertise. Maybe you could talk about the expertise that you have within your department and tell us about that different expertise within the industries.
So we have, thank you for the question and comments. So we do financial audits and performance audits, and skill sets are a little different between those different types of audits. And in terms of so we're looking at CPAs, folks that can conduct financial audits in our financial audit division, in our performance audit division. Very few CPAs, in fact, our only CPA retired this past year. So lots of folks with public administration backgrounds, economists, we've got an economist, so a broad range of backgrounds in our performance audit group so that we can review a broad range of sectors, whether it be transportation or healthcare, and or a variety of different programs that you ask us to look at. So again, lots of diversity in that organization. Again, financial auditors, CPAs, that's the background there. I want to thank the committees, the appropriation chairs for the additional funding that we received last year that has helped us to reduce our turnover. Actually, it has been cut in half, so that has helped us to retain the qualified, knowledgeable folks that we need to conduct these audits. We have to staff all of our engagements in accordance with standards, and that means we have to have qualified folks conducting these audits, or we can't do them, and we shouldn't do those audits. So appreciate the help funding-wise.
Chairman Albers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg, thank you for the great work you and your team have done. Isn't it true that as we look at the tax incentive report list you have behind you, that most of those came back as negative and are actually costing the state more money and are not providing the return on investment as originally expected?
I'm going to look to Matt. He's the expert. He's shaking his head. Matt, you want
to? If you judge return on investment by a fiscal return on investment, the amount put in by the state versus the tax revenue generated, I believe all of them have been negative.
And Matt, thank you. And further follow-up, would it make sense then for this General Assembly to review each one of them to see if it's time to end those credits or make major modifications to assure we're good fiscal stewards moving forward?
I think the General Assembly should review as much as you can for the time that you have. I mean, that seems reasonable.
Good answer.
Representative Holcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Griffin, my question is with respect to the data that you have. One of the issues that we've heard about has been just the quality of the IT infrastructure across our state agencies, with some agencies having better infrastructure than others. Can you comment generally in terms of, do you have access to the data that you need to do your jobs? Are there things that we can do to help you in that regard? Because in order to do the analysis, that's a critical component.
Thank you for the question. We do have access to, again, as I said earlier, we have broad powers to access data and information. And so we do have access. We're trying to figure out what our role is in the space of cybersecurity. And that technology is pretty, again, if we were to take a look at that, staffing for that would be pretty expensive. So we're really trying to figure out where we fit in cybersecurity-wise, but in terms of overall system and system controls, we do have access to all or many or most systems that the state utilizes. We have broad powers. We actually have subpoena powers that from time to time we roll out. So.
Thank you so much again for being here today. Thank you for your staff, Matt and Lisa. Thank y'all for being here, and we appreciate your help for our state.
Thank you.
Our next presentation will come from the Director of the Office of Health Strategy, Mr. Grant Thomas, concerning implementation of the FY22 and 23 health initiatives, and I think he's going to bring some folks from the Georgia Data Analytics Center with him as well. The Director.
Is there an internet here?
Yeah. Oh, it's not connected to the internet.
Go to the podcast.
Go ahead and get started. And, just sit.
Director, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Hatchett, Chairman Tillery, and committee members. My name is Grant Thomas, and I serve as the Director of the Governor's Office of Health Strategy and Coordination, or OHSC for short, an office that is in the executive branch that operates within the Governor's Office and is housed as a division of the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. I'd like to first introduce here today. Elizabeth Holcomb is our Deputy Director and Legal Counsel of the Office of Health Strategy and Coordination, and with the GDAC team, who you will be hearing from soon, is Conti Chalasani, who will also have a presentation for you all. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be with you all here today to discuss implementation of health initiatives that have been undertaken by OHSC during state fiscal years 2022 and 2023. For those of you who are not as familiar with our office, I wanted to start with a brief history of OHSC and its priorities before presenting several health initiatives that we are responsible for and have completed as a result of both legislative and budgetary directives. OHSC was first established through House Bill 186 during the 2019 legislative session to strengthen and support the healthcare infrastructure of the state through interconnecting health functions and sharing resources across multiple state agencies and overcoming barriers to the coordination of healthcare. One of our primary charges is to help ensure that the healthcare issues of greatest concern to the governor and the state are identified and that the appropriate stakeholders are brought together to work on these issues. We also work to break down any silos that exist between agencies in order to address healthcare policy and operational issues and work with these state partners to help improve the provision of healthcare services in our state. The powers and duties of the office, as you can see on the slide, include facilitating collaboration and coordination between state agencies, coordinating state health functions and programs, serving as a forum for identifying Georgia's specific healthcare issues of greatest concern, and promoting cooperation from both public and private agencies to test new and innovative ideas. House Bill 1013 also assigned our office with the additional responsibility of overseeing the coordination of mental health policy and behavioral health services across state agencies. Our office also advises the governor on healthcare policy issues. Governor Kemp appointed me to the director position in 2021, following the office being funded for the first time by the legislature in the FY 2022 budget, and our office now consists of 4 full-time staff. We strongly believe that our ability to deliver on the role and vision for the office as it was created in statute is only as strong as our relationships with the state health agencies, the legislature, and different stakeholder groups. We're very grateful for these partnerships and working relationships that we've developed with the state agencies. Specifically, I want to call out DCH, DHS, DBHDD, DPH, and the Department of Insurance. See, Commissioner King is here today. His office has been a great partner to OHSC and the Governor's Office with implementation of several initiatives, including the APCD and the state's reinsurance program, as well as the Governor's waiver program. So very grateful for his leadership. Here are a glance at the topics that I will cover today to provide an update on ongoing implementation efforts, as well as completed programs and projects undertaken by our office. Just quickly running through these, these include the implementation of the All-Payer Claims Database, or APCD for short, review of the state's Medicaid managed care contracts with recommendations made to DCH, a survey and study on the transport of individuals to and from emergency receiving, evaluation, and treatment facilities facilities, creation and recommendation of a comprehensive unified drug list for mental health and substance use disorder prescriptions under Medicaid and Peach Care for Kids and the State Health Benefit Plan, as well as the collection and reporting of nursing and hospital data and other data sharing and reporting initiatives. And you can see by each one of those items, where there was a legislative or budgetary directive. So first, I'll start off with giving an overview of the APCD. Senate Bill 482 from 2020 called on OHSC to create and implement an all-payer claims database in Georgia. An all-payer claims database is a central data repository of healthcare, pharmacy, and dental claims from both private and public payer sources across the state. Georgia's APCD intends to promote price, cost, and quality transparency, the ability to assess geographic variations in price and utilization, track healthcare spending drivers and trends, and promote public health. This level of transparency will ultimately allow healthcare purchasers and consumers to identify and compare healthcare prices and utilization across different healthcare facilities and providers. The public will also be able to see what different healthcare plans and insurers have paid to providers for specific healthcare services. Additionally, this level of data will give the state and public additional insight into costs associated with the Medicaid, Peach Care, and SHBP programs. This slide shows the members of our Georgia APCD team and the partnerships that we have in order to implement this project. OHSC is tasked with overseeing the implementation. GTRI, the Center for Health Analytics and Informatics at Georgia Tech, serves as the administrator of the APCD and statute. We also have support from the Georgia Technology Authority, Technology Empowerment Fund, the Georgia Data Analytics Center, which I mentioned previously and you'll hear from shortly, is responsible for hosting the analytics environment, and On Point Health Data is our data collection partner and software supplier that helps us set up the environment that will ultimately ingest healthcare claims data into the system. So entities that are required to submit claims information to the APCD, these include commercial health insurance plans with at least 1,000 covered lives in the previous calendar year. Medicaid and SHBP will submit data to the APCD through a statutory requirement. Certain entities such as ERISA plans, these are self-insured plans offered by employers that are regulated at the federal level and not by the state. They are not required to submit data, but they may choose to do so voluntarily. We've actively engaged with stakeholders from these plans across Georgia to encourage their participation. So there's no lack of valuable uses for APCD data once we have this claims data in our database. In the initial phase of analytics, the APCD team, in consultation with our APCD Advisory Committee, which is laid out in statute, has identified the following 12 priority use cases under the categories of cost and utilization, population health, and healthcare quality. I just want to point out this is by no means an exhaustive list of the different analyses that will be performed with APCD data. There are many more potential use cases that will be evaluated and addressed in the months and years to come. So I wanted to provide a quick example of a use case example. One of the prioritized use cases on the previous slide is avoidable cost. This slide before you demonstrates how the state of Virginia was able to leverage its APCD to identify an opportunity to improve healthcare utilization and quality and quantify its financial impact. Using its APCD, Virginia identified that roughly 14% of the 1.5 million emergency department visits within the state in 2017 may have been avoidable through treatment in a primary care provider's office, realizing a potential savings of over $100 million that could be achieved through initiatives to encourage residents to make better decisions around their healthcare utilization by redirecting certain healthcare services to more appropriate healthcare settings, because we know emergency rooms often are the most expensive place to receive healthcare. This is exactly the type of analysis that will be possible in Georgia through an APCD. I just wanted to outline here this slide, which outlines several key dates associated with our implementation and the progress that we've made to date. We've onboarded our data collection vendor in October and recently distributed the data submission guide, which is an instructional guide to payers about how to submit their claims information. That was done in December. We've been working diligently with our partners at GTRI, GTA, and OnPoint, resulting in being on track to hit our milestone of having the APCD live and operational in production later this spring. Health and pharmacy plans will be required to submit their claims information by June 1st, and dental plans will be required to submit claims by December 1st. And then initial analytic use cases, which is why we're developing the APCD, in order to have those use cases, will be developed by January 2024 once this data is in the system. From there, we will continue to collect monthly data submissions, generate analytic use cases, and onboard the remaining payer community. We anticipate completing the APCD rollout and transition into our maintenance mode well before the June 2025 target. This slide provides an overview of state funding appropriated for the project in the amended fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 budgets. For FY24, the governor's budget recommendation requests that the base funding of $800,000 be transferred from DCH to OHSC. The state funds appropriated are utilized to draw down matching FMAP funding from CMS. We're currently projecting to receive a 90-10 match through FY24, so we're receiving 90% funds from the federal government for every 10% of state funding that we devote to the project. In FY25, the match will drop to 50-50 for maintenance and operations of the APCD. So moving on to to another initiative undertaken by our office, House Bill 186 from the 2019 legislative session, which established our office in statute, directs OHSC to review the state's Medicaid managed care contracts and make recommendations to the Department of Community Health. OHSC reviewed the CMO contracts and submitted a recommendations report to DCH in October of last year. The report included information with insight on national trends and initiatives adopted by other states in their managed care programs, and included specific recommendations and considerations for the state to consider with our Medicaid contracts. Specific recommendations included utilizing a closed-loop referral system for services related to the social determinants of health, developing a standard approach to health risk assessments, and implementing an assignment process for specific tiers of care coordination. The next initiative I'd like to highlight is our emergency transport study. House Bill 1013 tasked OHSC with conducting a survey on the transport of individuals to and from emergency receiving, evaluation, and treatment facilities in the state, or ERETs for short. That report of findings was due at the beginning of the year and has been submitted. OHSC contracted with the Carl Vinson Institute of Government at UGA for this study and developed a six-week survey of 48 participating ERET facilities that tracked admissions and discharge data and the method of transport used during each of these transports. Data included many factors such as the length of stay, originating county of transport, transportation method for intake and discharge, and cost of transport information. The findings demonstrate that numerous transportation methods were used for individuals in crisis, with ambulances being the most common mode of transport, but also the most expensive mode of transport for admission, and then family and friends being the most common mode of transport for discharge transportation. In addition to this survey, the report goes further by conducting a scan of mental health crisis transport systems from states across the Southeast and examines existing programs in Tennessee and Virginia specifically that are meant to better help coordinate transportation of these individuals through grant programs that are made through either directly to local law enforcement or through a statewide contract to non-emergency medical transport providers. The report also examines Georgia's bed coordination efforts and includes recommendations on steps the state can take to improve those efforts. We look forward to working with our state agency partners and members of the General Assembly for further discussion on this issue and potential implementation of the report's recommendations. House Bill 1013 also tasked OHSC with creating a unified preferred drug list for mental health and substance use prescriptions under Medicaid and Peach Care for Kids, and a comprehensive unified formulary for these same drugs in the state health benefit plan. OHSC contracted with Mercer Government Human Services Consulting, which is a national actuarial firm with specific pharmacy expertise, for its development. The report addresses numerous factors that helped inform these initial recommendations for unified drug lists, including budgetary and operational considerations, comparisons of current drug lists used across these different state programs, and a review of other state experiences with unified drug lists. Successfully implemented PDLs and formularies offer several advantages to states that can be seen by looking at programs nationally, including driving drug utilization to the lowest net cost, higher rebate negotiating leverage for the state on accessing prescription drugs, and consistent expectations and experiences for beneficiaries and prescribers within Medicaid when they know, what drugs exactly a Medicaid member will have access to and what Medicaid will pay for. If the state at any point decides to move towards implementation of unified drug lists within these state programs, a key factor is going to be ongoing collaborative communication with providers, CMOs, and beneficiaries that must be maintained to ensure that implementation is successful when you talk about changes to this degree. There's one more important limitation in this report that I want to just touch on briefly. OHSC and Mercer were not ultimately able to access key rebate information that would inform a complete fiscal and financial impact analysis of the proposed unified drug lists. Final recommendations must include analysis of the confidential rebate information in order to determine the true financial impact that a switch to a unified PDL would have on the state. In the absence of this rebate information, we have provided a roadmap with recommended approach to DCH to consider following if the department plans on conducting a full fiscal impact analysis in the future. All of the reports that I've mentioned here today, along with the supplemental documents that support that information, are available on our website. The FY 2023 budget included a line item for $126,000 to assist OHSC with the collection and reporting of nursing and hospital data. OHSC was proud to partner with GDAC on both of these projects. Support for this line item comes from an assessment of legislation that was passed in 2019, specifically House Bills 186 and House Bill 321, that increased hospital reporting requirements for individual hospital financial and operational information. Using the elements already collected and aggregated by DCH in their annual financial survey, GDAC worked with OHSC to create a data dashboard that displays survey findings in a comparative, useful format and provides users with direct access to these hospital transparency reporting pages on individual hospital websites. That includes information that's beyond the scope of the annual financial survey issued by DCH. Financial data elements that are included directly in this dashboard include charitable care expenses, indigent care expenses, free care expenses, and total expenses. And Conti will be demoing that dashboard for you all in a moment. And this can also be accessed on GDAC's website. So OHSC, in partnership with the Behavioral Health Commission, has also evaluated data sharing opportunities across state government and looked to other states for their experiences with sharing data across agencies. As we know, data undoubtedly plays an important role in enhancing the delivery of services and improving overall efficiencies. This can be further improved by establishing a unified framework for statewide and interagency data sharing. There are likely opportunities to standardize this practice process by which interagency data sharing occurs, and several other states have implemented these uniform processes for data sharing. We've worked closely with the Behavioral Health Commission on this data sharing research and proposals to address data sharing, and these are also included in the BHRIC's recommendations report for 2022. Just want to say we're very grateful and appreciative of the leadership to Chairman Tillery, as well as Representative Mary Margaret Oliver on this issue, and for their partnership to advance data sharing efforts. Finally, before I turn it over to Conti, I wanted to shed some awareness on GDAC's work on non-public facing dashboards and data projects. One example of this was a result of interest from the members of the General Assembly as well as DFACs to better understand and track data related to the hoteling of foster care youth. The internal work that has been done on this to create a tracking dashboard has been a key driver in helping to inform solutions and policy approaches to reduce the hoteling of children in foster care. Conti has more to share on the hoteling project and other health initiatives, so I will pass it over to her now.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Tillery, Commissioner Hatchett, and members of the Appropriations Committee. It's an honor to be here today. Thank you. All right, I'm Kanti Chalasani. I have been with GDAC for the last 2 years. I completed my 25 years with State of Georgia in several data-centric projects, building data warehouses ground up. I consider myself very fortunate to be working with GDAC. So thank you, Grant, for the introduction. In 2019, House Bill 197 was passed to form GDAC. GDAC was established with the intent to provide data and accountability and transparency in Georgia. GDAC is a division of Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. We were tasked to make government data accessible to our legislatures, policymakers, researchers, state agencies, and citizens of Georgia. State agencies have been collecting vast amounts of data over the decades. They have been analyzing their data within their agency with respect to their policies and research. Access to these data from other departments and other state agencies is extremely challenging and sometimes nearly impossible. The task that GDAC has been given is to facilitate centralized data access from within and across state agencies to further research and data-driven decisions in Georgia. Our goal is to empower our policymakers, legislatures, researchers, and public and private entities to serve our constituents better with better information readily, accurately, and timely available, while guarding data privacy and security. With that goal in mind and full support from our OPB Executive Director, Kelly Farr, we formed the GDAC team. We started out with 5-people team in 2021. Now we are a 7-people team. We do bring occasional vendor partners to help us further GDAC's work. So this team worked tirelessly and is a very dedicated team driven to build data capital for the state. We built a modern data cloud for GDAC within a record time of 120 days. The architecture that we built allows us to ingest, curate, aggregate, and analyze data in a cookie-cutter model. Basically, we built a methodology that allows to process data in an assembly line mode. Our work was nationally recognized by State Scoop with the State IT Innovation of the Year Award for 2022. With the help of our executive leaders and data governance committee, we established several data sharing agreements. This was most complicated task in my current role. By far, it took a lot of meetings for sometimes 3 months, sometimes 6 months to establish a data sharing agreement. Elizabeth was there throughout every data sharing agreement effort with GDAC. Thank you. With the data we collected, GDAC has published several data dashboards in health sector, education, financial, and other data dashboards. For OPB divisional directors, we have built a separate internal website where they are able to monitor agency budgets throughout the year. GDAC constantly is striving hard to support the data needs for tactical programs and projects. The hoteling dashboard that Grant mentioned, we are thankful to Commissioner Brose for working with us, providing us a sampler data so that we were able to present how we can help read and digest this data easily. We are working with DHS on several other data dashboards, which will be coming in first or second quarter of 23. And there are several data use agreement. My apologies, it's not readable, but I just included them in the handout. And this is a structure of data governance committee. Without further delay, I'm going to jump to demo our website. Okay, I think. Internet is not there. There's no internet. Thank you.
There you go. Should work now.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
This is the GDAC website. As you can see, we have several types of data dashboards published on our website. And I'm just going to focus on health dashboards for today's session. And in health, we have health workforce data dashboards, Medicaid, state health benefit plan, and hospital transparency dashboard that Grant mentioned. This dashboard was created using Office of Health Planning survey that was conducted over the decades, but due to 2019 reporting requirements that Grant mentioned for House Bill 186 and House Bill 321, the reporting requirements were expanded. Let me try IE maybe? My apologies. All right, let's see.
Let me try this. Yeah.
Should I take my laptop out? But internet is probably. Okay.
There you go.
All right. So this is the hospital financial survey dashboard that Grant mentioned. As you can see, for each hospital facility, we have all different types of expenses: charity care expenses, indigent care expense, other free care expenses, total expenses, and also a reference page that helps define each type of this expense. And we have linked to individual transparency page for each hospital from this dashboard. And we can also look at different types of funds every hospital in the state received. We can also look at by the county. Like these are the Fulton hospitals, and as you can see, city, county, state, federal, and other funds. And we can also focus on the type of funds, So there's a lot of data that is easily, readily accessible. The survey was there for over a decade, but we presented it in a way where it can be accessed and digested easily. I'm going to move on to another dashboard, maybe healthcare workforce dashboard. Currently, with the help of Georgia Board of Healthcare Workforce and OHSC and grants team, we built several workforce dashboards here: physician workforce, physician assistant workforce, nursing workforce, and in next couple of weeks, we will be releasing dental workforce and dental hygienist workforce dashboards as well. I'm just going to pick on one dashboard in the interest of time here. This dashboard shows nurses that are actively licensed in Georgia. As you can see, we have a total of 141,000 nurses, of which 90% are female nurses, 8% are male nurses, and for each of the county, you can see total number of nurses, registered nurses, licensed practice nurses, and advanced practice nurses of different types. There's a lot of information that is available. I wouldn't have time to go through everything, but I would encourage everyone to please visit GDAC website to look at additional healthcare workforce dashboards. I am going to pick on one, maybe state health benefit plan dashboard. Here's the pharmacy data for state health benefit plan. We can look at state employees enrolled in different groups in SHBP and different plan types within SHBP and different types of employees and their status. We can look at the data by their generic name, total claims, costs, prescription counts. We can look at the data by product name. I'm just going to quickly pick on one category so we can show what can be done with this data. If I can pick maybe teachers here enrolled in SHBP plan, and I'm going to pick on maybe vaccines. And as we can see, these are the different types of vaccines that SHBP teaching population have received in 2022. And that's the total number of claims and counts and cost for the vaccination. And there's a lot that you can explore. I won't be able to cover everything in the short time I have here. But I think in one of the earlier sessions, I happened to hear a question that I just wanted to show that it can be easily accessed on GDAC website. I think there was a question in the earlier session: how many teachers are enrolled in SHBP that are retired? So we can just go and pick the teaching population in the SHBP, and I think there was an age group of interest there. So I'm just going to pick on teachers, retired, retirees, and enrolled in SHBP. And there's your age group distribution that, my apologies, I don't remember who asked, but this is just a glimpse into what GDAC has done. GDAC has worked extremely hard in a very fast pace to put all these data for easy digestion. We continue to work with Grant and our director, Kelly Farr, who keeps us focused and gives us priority very clearly to do our work. Thank you.
Thank you, Conti. We have one question, and then I'm sorry, because of time, we're going to have to cut it off after that. And I think it's Chairman Hofstetler.
I just wanted to quickly say that several years ago, we had a joint House study committee that was chaired in the House by the chair lady sitting up front. She ultimately passed House Bill 197. We had silos of information all over the state that couldn't talk to each other, couldn't communicate. And that department now is incredible, what they do over there. It's going to be providing us answers to things right now we don't know what the question is. We appreciate your work and hope everybody supports this.
Thank you very much for that comment. Thank you very much for your work with House Bill 197.
Yeah, so it's great to see how far y'all have taken this. You exceeded, I think, the expectations, as Senator Huffstadler was talking about. So I was part of getting that passed. One of the original intents of it, I know the list was up there really fast in tiny letters. I was trying to look real quick. But I think it would be real, I know the original intent of this to begin with was about the challenges we face in DFACs and in placing children and the data that does not follow them, and that is still a huge challenge in our state. I love what all y'all have taken it to in health, but I'd love to see, and it may be in that information that I couldn't see. I know DFACs has used it some, but I'd love to see what has come from GDAC in that sector particularly, when you can.
Thank you.
Yes, I know I touched briefly in my remarks on the work that's been done with the hoteling dashboard. That's not ready to go live yet, but
It's sensitive data. We have done a prototype and demonstrated it to Commissioner Brose, and we are working with their team to gather more data, and we will be working on that and releasing. It's just that we have to work with the policy teams to make sure we protect the data sensitivity. That's why we are handling it with care.
Right, and the legislation was particularly written both succinctly and broadly to allow for that, but that was one of the main conversations going on that drove this at that time. So I just, maybe we can meet and talk about it.
Sure. And I just wanted to point out that there's annual reports that are available, as you can see each year, the work that we have done. Thank you.
And I saw on the spreadsheet where you had different financial information about the hospitals, whether it be my hometown, Vidalia, or it be Grady or Atlanta Medical or any of the others. And I think those will get a lot of views later on. So thank you so much for your help. Thank y'all for being here, and sorry again for the time that we got to roll to the next one.
thank you.
Our next presenter will be Commissioner Kevin Tanner. He's going to talk about some of the milestones for exiting the DVHCD settlement that we've been under for a couple of years now. Good morning, Commissioner. Good afternoon.
Hey, man. I'm just well, this one might take too long, actually. It is.
While the commissioner's setting up, I'll sort of set the stage a little bit. As many of you may know, we've been under a consent order for a few years to address issues concerning mental health that used to be handled more in an institutionalized setting. And DVHCD has taken great steps over the past decade to try to address some of those concerns. But as a legislature, you know that we are asked to fund different measures related to that each year. And we thought because of the funding that we're asked to provide that it would be helpful to ask the Commissioner and the Special Appointed Attorney General to come and give us a little report on where we stand on that, other things we might need to fund to continue to move forward. And thankfully, Commissioner Tanner's been gracious enough to grace us here today and help do that. So, Commissioner, thank you so much. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Tillery, Chairman Hatchett, members of the Joint Appropriations Committee. Thank you for allowing me to come. I know many of you in the room and many of you on this committee, but there's a few that I don't. So let me introduce myself. Not too long ago, I served in the General Assembly and served on this committee, and always enjoyed kicking off each legislative year with the Joint Appropriations Committees and learning about what state agencies were doing and digging deep into the budget and looking at priorities for the year. So I know how valuable your time is, and I appreciate you taking time to listen to us today. It is an honor today to serve as your new Commissioner of Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. Chairman Hatchett and Tillery asked me to come today and speak, and I've been on the job around a month now, so hopefully I'll be able to provide you all the information you need, but I'm excited to be a part of this process. Specifically, we were asked to cover milestones required to exit the current agreement. But since we have a new class of legislators, and just to recap for those of you who've been around for a while, I do want to go through what the DOJ settlement is and give you a little background. Josh Belinfonte is a partner at Robbins firm, and a Georgia special appointed attorney general. He was going to be with us today, but due to an emergency out of his control, he's not able to attend. So I'm going to be presenting his information and mine for you today. I'm going through some prepared slides, but again, I just want to remind you, with 30 days on the job and without our attorney being here, I'll do the very best I can to provide you all the information. Plus, they wanted me to remind you I'm not an attorney, but I have met a few. Before I turn to the details, I do want you to hear me say one thing very clearly to you, though, that I think is important. One of my #1 priorities that I have in coming into this job is for the state to get out from under the DOJ settlement agreement. So that's something that every day I get up, and every day our agency members of our agency get up. That's one of our #1 priorities, is to get out from under the settlement agreement. And over the next few weeks, I'm going to be working with our team, our attorneys, and the DOJ to develop a roadmap for the state to exit the settlement agreement as quickly as possible. Here's what I do know. The state has made tremendous progress in increasing access to the community-based services for Georgians. This progress is thanks to your support and the investment since 2010. Still, we know there are critical areas that must be addressed before, and I'm just beginning to get my arms around the details of these issues, but I'm committed to being transparent with you and this committee as we go forward about our progress and about our challenges and what support we would ultimately need to move beyond this lawsuit. We'll now start the slides. Next slide. We thought it would be helpful to offer a timeline so you can see the progression of where we've been over the last several years. As you can see from the slide, DBHDD was created in 2009, and very soon thereafter the agency entered into a Civil Rights for Institutionalized Persons Act settlement. That case was centered around the treatment of individuals in inpatient settings. Many of you who've been around for a while on this committee have heard a lot about this over the years. Then in 2010, the lawsuit we refer to as the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA lawsuit, was filed, and DBHDD entered into a settlement agreement in that case. That lawsuit was centered around access to community-based services for individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities and behavioral health diagnosis. In 2016, DOJ entered into an extension, DBHDD and DOJ entered into an extension of the settlement agreement jointly. And in 2019, the state engaged DOJ regarding an exit from the agreement. Of course, COVID-19 pandemic severely impacted workforce, house stock, and services for individuals, and it was not the right time to press DOJ to release the state from the agreement. The department re-engaged exit discussions early this year, and we are ongoing with those discussions to try our best to get out of at least parts of the settlement agreement. This slide, community integration, has been a central tenet of DBHDD's mission for over a decade now, but we thought it was important for the General Assembly to understand and know what the mission is rooted in. Federal law states that the unjustified institutionalization of individuals with disabilities is a form of discrimination, and that public entities must offer services to individuals with disabilities in the most appropriate integrated setting. The language you see on this slide was front of mind when the original settlement agreement was entered into back in 2010. The terms were objective, measurable, and predictable. For example, there were requirements to open a certain number of homes by a certain date to serve a certain number of people within a certain period of time. The settlement agreement was entered into for a 5-year time frame and was centered around community-based service availability and accessibility for people with DBHDD services. It also included requirements regarding housing for individuals with serious and persistent mental illness. Next slide. Though DBHDD made considerable progress in service availability and accessibility while under the original settlement agreement, DOJ asserted in 2016 there was still work that needed to be done in the quality of community-based developmental disability services and housing outreach for individuals with serious and persistent mental illness. That brings us to 2016. DBHDD entered into a new settlement agreement extension that was a more prescriptive organization of the department, specifically as it relates to clinical services for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. It also requires significant clinical oversight of community-based services and relationship development with outside entities to enhance outreach and housing connection for individuals with severe and persistent mental illness. In 2019, the state reached out to the Department of Justice in an attempt to exit from the agreement. The Department of Justice responded acknowledging that the state achieved substantial compliance with many provisions of the agreements, but asserted that additional work was required before the state achieved substantial compliance with provisions of the settlement agreement related to supported housing and services for the people with high-risk conditions. I think that's important for us to hear because of the investment that the state has made since 2010. Department of Justice recognized that we made substantial strides toward completing the agreement that we set out. The state has done a tremendous job of building a community-based network since 2010. Excellent. From 2020 to 2021, DBHD remained focused on monitoring and increasing the availability, accessibility, and quality of services amidst challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. In early 2022, DBHDD and DOJ again and the independent reviewer again started meeting regularly and talking about an exit strategy from the settlement agreement. These conversations are ongoing and we have seen positive progress thus far. Let me now turn to the successes and challenges related to services that DBHDD manages and the settlement agreement. I'll start with behavioral health and housing. The Georgia Housing Voucher Program is an immense success. Georgia's supportive housing model is looked on as a model throughout the country and even internationally. The focus of our discussions with DOJ in this area are specific to outreach to individuals with SPMI in specific settings such as emergency departments or correctional systems. For services for the intellectually or developmentally disabled, there have been challenges related to workforce shortages and the quality of services available to the medically fragile. The focus of our discussions has been gathering and providing data and support systematic progress. As you see in the data on the screen in front of you, the General Assembly has been crucial in the development of our community-based service delivery system. Since 2010, you can see that the state has more than doubled its investment in community supports for individuals with mental, substance use disorder, and intellectual or developmental disabilities. I want to thank all of you for that support because it has enabled the progress that I've told you about today. I believe we are getting closer to exit, but there are some critical issues that are challenging our ability to continue to move the ball down the field. And these include the availability and the affordability of housing stock to support individuals with severe and persistent mental illness, the capacity of our crisis system, and the strength of our provider network to meet the current and future demands. At the center of these critical issues is the extreme situation that our state and every state in the county, our country is facing right now, which is a shortage of behavioral health professionals and professionals supporting with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And yes, there has been a workforce shortage in our field, but COVID essentially decimated our networks. The results is that providers are forced to reduce their footprint, families have had to take more responsibility for caring for their loved ones, and Georgians in crisis who need the specialized care are getting stuck in settings that aren't appropriate. Many of you received those phone calls. Those settings include emergency rooms, jails in particular, because beds and providers aren't available to give them the care they support and need. In my 30 days at the department, I have seen a staff and providers working around the clock to find solutions for Georgians who face these difficult and urgent situations. And while I am grateful to represent such a dedicated workforce and network that truly puts Georgians first, I know a larger solution is required. Many of the professionals we need for this work, like direct support professionals who serve our now and comp waiver participants, are some of the lowest paid professionals in the state and in their field. This body has recognized the need to make these jobs more competitive and has funded modest increases in rates for now and comp waiver programs. Also, last session, the General Assembly authorized 2 sets of rate studies to analyze the cost to deliver these services, and that has not been completed and updated in years. Each of these rate studies for behavioral health providers and providers for Georgians with disabilities are nearing their completion, and action will be critical in our ability to rebuild the provider networks and make continued progress toward exiting this lawsuit. I want to thank you for your time today, and at this time I'm glad to take any questions that you may have, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. You got a couple of questions, and we're going to have to move kind of quickly, y'all, because the next presenters are important as well. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Tanner, it sounds pretty good. But let me ask you this. My county, Liberty County, is the home of one of the largest military installation in Georgia, and we have several installations. PTSD has been a major problem with veterans in my district. And I'd like to know what are you planning on doing to make access to mental health facilities easier and accessible to veterans?
Well, good question, Mr. Chairman, and I'll say that we obviously the VA also offers programs for veterans, and I know that comes with challenges, but our agency stands ready to partner with the VA and other similar providers. We also are building out a crisis network throughout the state, including in your part of the state. We're in the process currently of doing a bed study to determine how many beds we need and where they need to be located and the type of bed that needs to be in different parts of the state. The other thing I will also say is 988 has now been stood up. You'll hear more about that later. And we're getting calls from veterans, and we also have mobile crisis that are able to respond actually out to the patient to help and provide the care they need. So the agency's made tremendous strides in providing that care, and we're going to continue to work with VA and work with our local providers in those communities to continue to improve that service.
Members, the commissioner will speak again. He's going to be back to talk about his budget and DBHCD as a whole. We have a lot of lights on. Does anyone have a question specifically about the settlement agreement and exiting the settlement agreement, just to limit things down? Thank you for your help on that as the lights went out. And we've got Representative Oliver.
Thank you for taking this important job. I'm very interested in helping you with the settlement agreement, but I think one of the barriers is we're coming back to housing, supportive housing. Supportive housing, there's a number out there that I want to talk with Josh and follow up with you about. What's the real need? And how does it overlap with the homeless population that we see every day? Thank you. I want to help you with your settlement discussions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sims.
Quickly, I just want to say that how do we hold the providers accountable for, and I guess that's what we're doing now. And there have been so many instances in my district, and I have 13 counties now, where the providers are not making contact with hospitals, with schools. They're not partnering. The services or there are barriers there, and they're not partnering with them. And I'm just bringing this to your attention so you can pass it on, as well as we want to get new providers on site. Right. And the barriers that those people have, or those individuals have, are many. So we also need to look at how do we bring more providers to be used in these settings. So those are very important things. We tried to iron these things out a few years ago, but they weren't listening. I hope you will. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Glad to see you there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner, that's your final question. Thank you for understanding how important this moving this forward is to us, and appreciate your commitment. I also want to let you know that we understand that you can only do as much as you can do with the workforce that you have. And I think you'll see that this body is going to be committed to trying to help you maintain that workforce and make other efforts as we can to grow that workforce. So thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Members of the committee, we're going to take just about 30 seconds and let the commissioner back up. There's going to be some other folks that come up to the front, but I'm serious about 30 seconds. We're going to be back to order in just a second.
Oh, is it the same thing? No, it's not. Oh, okay. They might have to bring it. Yeah, I don't know. They sent something earlier. Oh, wait. This one right here? No, that's not CH. You'll have to check the thing. They probably have. Oh, state of the waivers, maybe? But you probably won't fire them. Well, this works. They can Control L, it's full screen. This still works with that. Yeah, that's it. Okay, well, I'll leave that up. I don't know why it does it sometimes, so I'll restart it and hopefully it'll work.
Thank you for making your ways back to your seats. In this next hour, you're going to hear from 3 commissioners, some you've already heard from today, about a topic that we typically fund every year. It's my personality, my magnet. Our Medicaid waivers, the current Medicaid unwinding process as it relates to the federal health emergency, and then also about an issue that's been specifically important to me, but I know to other members as well, hoteling and the services surrounding our complex youth in our state. We've asked Commissioner Kaylee Noggle from DCH, Commissioner Candace Brose from DHS, and Commissioner Kevin Tanner if he'd hang around and give us an update and some presentations on where we're at on that, and also problems that we still may need to address. So, Commissioners, I know y'all have already talked. However you wish to lay out this hour, we leave it to you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Chairman Tillery and Chairman Hatchett, and to all the members, great to be with you for a second time this afternoon, and you get me one more time after this. So we'll try to, there's a lot of information that we're going to cover today, but we'll try to be succinct. But again, I'm Kaylee Noggle, Commissioner of the Department of Community Health, and I'm joined today by Commissioner Brose of the Department of Human Services, the Division of Family and Children's Services, and Commissioner Kevin Tanner, who you just heard from the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. And we are going to talk to you about the status of Medicaid waivers, Medicaid unwinding, hoteling, and services for Georgia's complex youth. Again, I'm going to do my own slides. We'll see how it goes. We've included a couple of high-level slides just to delineate the responsibilities between the health agencies, because I think we get that a lot. There's 4 main health agencies. So DCH is a single state Medicaid agency responsible for oversight and administration of all Medicaid funding and programming, as well as healthcare facility licensure, regulation, as well as the state health benefit plan like we talked about earlier. The Department of Public Health, Dr. Toomey's not with us today, but as you know, they're focused on emergency preparedness, as we all know, infectious disease and vital records. But if you've heard Dr. Toomey speak lately, you know that she's most excited about refocusing her efforts on maternal and child health now that she has a little bit more bandwidth. And I know I speak for the 3 of us that we're all excited to join her in those efforts. The Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disability serves as a state safety network for mental health crises. They manage 5 state hospitals, and they manage several of the Medicaid waiver programs. The Department of Human Services and the Department of Family and Children Services is the operational entity for us that determines HHS benefit eligibility for nearly all Georgians, as well as being responsible for all of child welfare, foster care, and adoption assistance, as well as aging services. And together, those 4 agencies make up the 4 sister health agencies. Our team will be distributing to each of you in your offices and your assistants a cheat sheet of who to call by topic area in the coming days. So be on the lookout from that, from Brandy Sylvan, our Director of Government Relations. Since caring for children falls under each of our agency in a number of different ways, we thought it important to highlight who pays for what and for whom and when for these children. DCH covers nearly 1.7 million youth under Medicaid managed care, mostly children of low-income mothers and children in foster care. Under the fee-for-service Medicaid model, financial responsibilities and programmatic responsibilities are shared across DBHDD and DCH. DCH and Medicaid cover services for children with a disability or blindness or children with complex cases on our waiver programs, oftentimes with DBHDD providing the state matching funds and the provider network. And then independently, DBHDD covers and funds with state funding around 165,000 youth and all uninsured youth in Georgia who are experiencing a mental health crisis. So I'm going to share a few Medicaid-specific updates with you, and then I'll turn it over to my fellow commissioners to provide some updates as well. And first is a little bit of a status on waivers and state plan amendments, or SPAs. And I think it's really important to talk about the difference of those between the two when we talk about them. A waiver is a very policy-intensive and budget-heavy initiative where we're essentially asking the federal government to grant us a waiver from some federal code or law, essentially of the Social Security Act, either a 1915 waiver or an 1115 waiver. We're asking them to give us flexibility to do something that's not currently in federal law, thereby waiving federal law. They're really intensive efforts and take usually 18 months or more to develop the policy, to design an implementation plan, to craft a budget and pass required budget neutrality testing, and to develop an ongoing monitoring and evaluation plan to ensure that what we're attempting to do satisfies CMS requirements, that it's in line with what they want us to do. And again, they're in the driver's seat on a lot of these approvals and certainly subject to their timeline. On the other hand, a state plan amendment is an adjustment or an addition or a change to our existing state plan, which is essentially the statement of what Medicaid covers. It defines what benefits are eligible to what populations, what we pay for, and at what rate and what instances. And so a state plan is just really tweaking that, adding a service, removing a service, or changing maybe the rate that we pay for something. They both require our board approval, public comment period, and like I mentioned, CMS approval. And keep in mind that, again, it's CMS's timeline, and they can stop the clock on that approval anytime they want to by asking us a question. So as you can see, I wanted to highlight where we are today. In FY22, we had 1 waiver that was submitted for a renewal that's been approved. And in FY23, we had 2 waiver programs, again, renewals, that we've submitted and are currently pending approval. On the state plan amendment front, in FY22, we had 15 submitted state plan amendments, and a lot of those come out of things that you passed in budget, rate increases or addition of a number of different services. All of those from FY22 except for 1 has currently been approved. So far to date in FY23, we've submitted 12 state plan amendments, and we've had 2 approved thus far. A dental rate increase and our move to cover postpartum coverage for 12 months has also been approved at this point. In our discussion on care and services for Georgia's youth, we think it's critically important to talk about CMO procurement. Managed care is the delivery model for over 70% of our Medicaid population. Their care is managed and delivered through one of these three care management organizations, or CMOs. These contracts today are worth over $6 billion, and they're up for procurement again. Many of you have already heard me say in other venues that these new contracts are our best next opportunity to reprioritize what we want as a state for our members. Commissioner Brose will share some updates later regarding hoteling and talk about some of the projects we're working on together, but this procurement and these contracts are how and when DCH will be able to really change the services that we offer for Georgia's children and deliver newer, more innovative services. One of our CMOs has already launched a predictive analytics tool that will assess a child's risk of needing a PRTF or a hotel stay, and have added more than 40 staff members over this year to provide additional case management services to identify those youth. One of the CMOs is developing a tool that will assess a child's risk of being placed in foster care before it even happens, and are providing additional case management services to try to address that as well. There are other new tools that we're considering as part of this effort as well, including increased data sharing efforts across our agencies, and with the creation of something like a health passport that we've seen other states utilize successfully, where a child's health care information is consolidated into a single location that's available to both DFACS or DBHDD or any one of the providers that they end up seeing at a moment's notice. Or closed loop referral system, where a child and their family is not only referred to services within the community, but that referral is tracked and followed up on to make sure that services were received, as well as exploring new ways that we can leverage existing federal and state Medicaid dollars to address social determinants of health that we know are so important. But you've also probably heard me say that one of the biggest pieces of this procurement effort will be drafting contracts and defining the right metrics and performance guarantees, and for the department to build the capacity to manage to those standards. For a number of years, DCH has conducted annual contract compliance reviews. But since last year, we've also engaged an independent third party to develop a system to review additional performance standards and to monitor ongoing compliance and monthly and annual reporting, providing to us an independent recommendation of required corrective action plans, to follow up on those corrective action plans when necessary, or to assess or to recommend potential penalties and fines for noncompliance. And that should be functional even as early as this spring. We'll continue to work with our partners at both DHS and DBHDD on their feedback and input as we continue to develop that RFP. I'm going to use a phrase from Director Farr for a moment, but he continually says that the budget is a statement of our priorities. And similarly, this procurement and these contracts are a statement of our healthcare priorities for these members and our expectation for their healthcare outcomes. Our needs and our expectations have changed since the last time these contracts were developed in 2015 and 2016, and we know that we can do better for our members. It's important that we craft the RFP and the performance language in such a way that it meets the needs of the shared populations that we all collectively serve as health agencies. The program touches millions of lives, more so than anything else that the department will do in the coming few years, and doing this single initiative right is our #1 priority for this year. If we talk about where we are in terms of the RFP process and timeline, we started planning over a year and a half ago. Last summer, we issued an RFI, or request for information, from potential bidders and providers and constituencies. We conducted extensive stakeholder feedback listening sessions with many advocates that are probably represented here today and in the hallways, as well as our sister agencies. A couple of weeks ago, we issued an RFQC, or a request for qualified contractors, which is essential step in this process where we can pre-vet potential bidders to make sure that they have the experience and qualifications before we even allow them to submit a bid on the RFP. We expect the RFP to be issued later this spring, hopefully with the notice of intent to award issued sometime this summer, and then an eventual implementation and contract execution by July 1 of 2024. You'll notice that there's about a year in there from contract notice of award to actual implementation, for a couple of reasons. One, that's to ensure minimal disruption and a smooth transition for our members, and also to allow us time to alleviate any potential protests or lawsuits. The public health emergency and Medicaid unwinding, I want to provide just one brief note of clarification. The public health emergency at the federal level has not ended and is not ending. It has actually been extended until April 11th. And many of the flexibilities related to the public health emergency are continuing, such as our flexibilities around providing telehealth flexibilities for providers and flexibilities for our Medicaid members around suspension of copay premiums and member cost sharing. However, what is ending, or what's been decoupled, is the requirement for continuous enrollment eligibility for Medicaid members. It was decoupled from the actual public health emergency and the Consolidated Appropriations Act that passed this past December by Congress. So as a result of that, beginning in April, states can begin to redetermine Medicaid eligibility and remove members from the rolls that are no longer eligible. Obviously, this is going to be a huge undertaking. We've got 2.7 million Medicaid members who all of whom eligibility needs to be redetermined over the course of the next 12 months. And we've been working on an interagency effort for many, many months now, especially since we didn't know when it was going to happen until recently. DCH is responsible for maintaining overall oversight and communicating and coordinating with CMS. But DHS and DFACS has really taken the lead on the operational effort, and we're thankful to Commissioner Brose and her team for doing so. Her team and staff that conduct eligibility determinations will ultimately be responsible for doing that, and I know she's going to share some more about that with you in just a few moments. I want to share briefly with you on what this continuous eligibility enrollment has meant in terms of Medicaid enrollment and dollars. In FY20, before the start of the public health emergency, we had about 2.1 million Medicaid members. Since that time, in FY23, our member rolls are now about 2.7 million, representing a growth of over 570,000 members, or 25% growth in Medicaid enrollment since the start of the pandemic. If we look at what we would have projected in growth by the department at the start of the PHE, without considering the public health emergency, we would have projected over these past 3 years about 5% growth in Medicaid enrollment as opposed to the 25. And on back of the envelope, we know that that cost difference to the program is about $3 billion. I'll touch briefly on timeline because I know Commissioner Brose will touch a little bit, but again, this continuous enrollment requirement will end in March. We'll start redeterminations in April. At the same time, our enhanced federal matching percentage, DCH gets about 6.2 extra percentage points in federal cost sharing right now on these Medicaid members. That will start to wind down as well, and you'll see that throughout our budget in both amended and FY24. And then those redeterminations will continue over the next 12 to 14 months until we ultimately redetermine all of our members. I'm going to pause there. I'll be back for questions in a few moments, but thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Brose and let her walk you through her updates as well as the operational plan.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. To all the chairmen and members of this committee and members of the General Assembly. For the new members, my name is Candace Brose, and I serve as Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Human Services. I have several members of my staff here, including my Chief of Staff, Craig Foster, and Deputy Chief Matthew Kroll, Deputy Commissioner Demetrius Taylor, Assistant Deputy Commissioner Melissa Barwick, and Deputy Commissioner Melody Debussy. Many of you know her well from her days in the Senate Budget Office specifically. The Georgia Department of Human Services is the state's largest agency with nearly 11,000 employees, over 230 offices statewide, and 3 main divisions: the Family and Children's Services Division, Child Support Services, and Aging Services. We serve millions of families across our state through foster care, adult protective services, child support enforcement, public guardianship, fraud investigations, refugee resettlement, and administration of federal benefit programs, including Medicaid, SNAP, and TANF. As Commissioner Noggle mentioned, throughout the federal public health emergency, Medicaid recipients across the nation have received continuous coverage to mitigate the pandemic's negative impacts. But starting April 1st, 2023, roughly 2.7 million Georgians on Medicaid will need to be redetermined, in other words, have their eligibility checked again. Their statuses have been frozen during this time. Since the public health emergency has remained in effect for over 2 years, we now anticipate roughly 545,000 Georgians will be found ineligible for Medicaid and transition to healthcare.gov for private insurance. But to be clear, if someone is possibly going to lose their Medicaid, we're going to check every possible form of Medicaid to ensure that they're eligible for none of those before we would even go into transitioning them to healthcare.gov. Georgia must complete all redetermination work by May 2024, and working closely with OPB, the Governor's Office of Health Strategy and Coordination, and DCH, we have been investing heavily in technology, workflow efficiencies, and workforce development to prepare. We've retrained current employees, and we are aggressively hiring new ones, and right now we have 834 employees ready to handle this work, with redeterminations expected to increase their existing caseloads by more than 200%, going from roughly 114 cases per month per worker to a projected 353 cases per month per worker. And keep in mind that while we are redetermining Medicaid cases, we will continue to receive new benefit applications, process renewals, and handle appeals. The Biden administration has issued extensive guidance for states to prepare for unwinding activities. But of all recommended measures, they have most emphasized the need for ex parte renewals, which is essentially the automation of eligibility verification using the client's current information in Georgia Gateway. That's the database where we'll be doing this work, alongside several built-in data interfaces. And currently, we are building ex parte functionality into Gateway, which will eliminate countless hours of manual casework, making the process easier for our constituents and lessening human error. Additionally, we are expanding functionality for sending out required legal notices and processing appeals, which will be handled by the Office of State Administrative Hearings. In the governor's budget recommendations, which I'll walk through by program in greater detail later on today, there are several big additions to ensure system and workforce readiness. The governor has added more money for newly hired eligibility staff to cover their salaries, funding for hundreds more, and one-time investments in technology for better legal notices, system automation, and security. And for each of these, we would deeply appreciate your support, and we thank the governor for these resources. Behind the scenes, we're working tirelessly to get ready, and just as importantly, we are blanketing the state with information about Medicaid unwinding to raise public awareness before it starts. Last September, DHS and DCH kicked off a statewide marketing campaign with TV ad buys, radio spots, and print using our mascot, George the Peach. He's got very big googly eyes. I don't know if any of you have seen him in recent coverage, but he's everywhere, to encourage people to check their Gateway accounts, update their information, and opt into paperless communications. Like so many of our state agency counterparts, workforce remains a top issue. And for our department, we have struggled to find and retain front office employees for local branches to answer phones, assist walk-ins, and handle documents. Still, we recognize that some Georgians prefer in-person assistance, and for Medicaid unwinding, it's a necessity. As a result, we've reopened 158 offices across our state, and all DFACS offices now offer at least 1 day per week of in-person operations. We will continue to phase more and more of those hours and offices in as we hire staff. We've also purchased self-help terminals for 411 public libraries for those Georgians without reliable internet. And given the time constraints, I cannot detail all of our efforts thus far or the more complicated nuances of how unwinding will pan out, but I do want to thank the Department of Audits and Accounts for conducting an independent review of our preparedness last summer. The final report, which really does get into the nuances, including important timelines and what constituents should expect, is available on their website, and we will continue to post important updates about Medicaid unwinding at staycovered.ga.gov, should any of you have any questions. I will pivot now to hoteling. The department's Division of Family and Children's Services investigates child abuse and neglect 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If an investigation uncovers child abuse or neglect and the child's safety cannot be assured, we seek custody in juvenile court. To properly enter foster care, a child must be legally dependent, with dependent essentially defined as abused or neglected. Right now, we have 10,750 children in foster care, aged 0 to 17, and 655 aged 18 to 21. Of those, 2,708 are placed with relatives, 6,657 are placed with foster families, and 1,314 are living in a congregate care or group home setting. Where that child goes is what we call their placement, and with whom is what we call the provider. DFACS has its own foster families, but we also contract with child placing agencies to recruit and manage their own. If we cannot first find a relative or foster family placement, we work with child caring institutions, commonly called group homes as well. Providers are ranked in a system called room, board, and watchful oversight, and what we pay depends on the level of supervision. More supervision means higher per diems. Children with the most complex needs, sibling groups whom we always try to keep together, the medically fragile, those with serious mental and behavioral health needs, disabled youth, sexually exploited and trafficked youth, youth with substance abuse issues, those with pending delinquency actions or criminal charges, and children with any combination of those factors often require significant supervision. But demand far exceeds supply for complex children. If a child is suicidal, homicidal, suffering from active addiction, sexually or physically aggressive, delinquent, or disabled, we may be wholly unable to find an appropriately equipped foster family or group home for placement. As a result, on any given night in Georgia, roughly 50 to 70 children in foster care with complex needs will sleep in a local office or hotel, a heartbreaking practice that we call hoteling. DFACS spends an average of $1,500 state dollars every night to hotel a foster child, which covers their room, contracted behavior aids for supervision if our staff cannot provide it, food and transportation, and property damage. In state fiscal year 2022, DFACS spent $28,075,906 in hoteling costs. Through November in state fiscal year 2023, we've spent $15,063,121 in hoteling. Since joining this agency, we have been hell-bent on ending hoteling, a practice born out of necessity, but one that contradicts our mission, crushes our workforce, and derails life-saving work. You cannot make progress on your foster care cases if you are supervising a high-needs child in the office or a hotel room. Burnout is imminent. And once you quit, your caseload is immediately redistributed among the remaining resilient few. Plus, hoteling makes 0 sense financially, with $1,500 per day to hotel a child, and in comparison, anywhere from $75 to $210, the maximum watchful oversight range, for placing a child with a foster family or group home. Given those realities, we launched a pilot project paying enhanced per diems and one-time emergency grants for children in or at imminent risk of entering a hotel or office, and we cover emergency staffing at several facilities to prevent placements from going offline. Since then, we've paid $1.4 million in enhanced per diems, over $800,000 in emergency grants, and over $5 million in staffing for 9 providers. And if a provider gets enhanced funding, they are prohibited from ejecting that child for at least 6 months, absent extraordinary circumstances, or else they become ineligible. Already, we've seen far fewer placement disruptions and thus more stability for the children, in some cases allowing them to safely step down to lower levels of supervision. In tandem, we created a new role, our complex care coordinator, who is focused on working with providers, agencies, and healthcare personnel to prevent hoteling or remove a child from a hotel or office. Our strategies to reduce and ultimately end hoteling are working. Last June, we broke an all-time record with the lowest number of children being hoteled statewide, with less than 20 total. Now, a child in our custody spends on average fewer total days being hoteled, and we have ended short stays for children without the highest levels of need. These days, the children with the longest stretches in a hotel or office are the most complex youth in our custody, and sometimes new high-needs youth are entering our custody faster than we can secure placements for existing hoteled youth. The battle continues, but to win the war, we need reinforcements. We must address the pipeline of children entering our custody and ending up hoteled when they should have never entered foster care. It only takes what feels like a handful of those cases to upend the entire system. Last night, there were 63 children hoteled statewide. 52% are male, 48% are female, 16% have a confirmed or suspected autism diagnosis, 11% have an IQ below 70, and 40% have a history of delinquency, which means that they have had run-ins with the juvenile justice system or they have pending criminal charges being prosecuted as adults. 4 children are so psychiatrically acute that they have been approved by their insurance for a psychiatric residential treatment facility, but there are no beds. Of those 63 children, 2/3 were abused or neglected, and they all entered our custody with high needs. We are working hard to retain top quality foster families and group homes able to take these children, and we're aggressively recruiting new ones. But of those 63 total children who were hoteled last night, 1/3 should have never entered foster care. Again, under state law, a child must be legally dependent, abused or neglected to enter foster care. Foster care is not designed for children who are not dependent. It diverts resources from children who are abused or neglected, demoralizes our workforce who feel powerless to fight back and cannot stay up to date with their caseloads. And most importantly, it inflicts irreparable damage upon vulnerable families. Under Georgia law, juvenile courts are required to exhaust every possible alternative before ordering a child into foster care. Through juvenile code reforms, according to our staff, judges are now required to do far more, but their ranks might not have grown in proportion. Most still comply with the code by ordering preventative services, closely monitoring family progress, and when necessary, holding a child's caregivers accountable for not meeting their needs. But often grappling with their own high caseloads, which delays reunification, termination of rights, and adoption for children in care, some courts do not strictly adhere to the law as written. And DFACS receives custody of children with complex needs who are not legally dependent. Without getting too nuanced, there are 3 basic pathways. A child enters our custody through delinquency proceedings initiated by the local district attorney, through child in need of services or CHINS proceedings, or dependency proceedings. In some of these cases, we may receive custody with no notice and, as a result, no opportunity to advocate for less intrusive interventions. But always, these youth enter DFACS custody based on the concept of abandonment, or, as cited by the judge in the custody order, the parent's inability to meet the mental health or behavioral needs of the child. We often call these orders custody from the bench, and almost inescapably, the case involves a mentally and behaviorally challenged preteen or teenager with any one or more of the following characteristics: suicidal or on the verge, homicidal, low IQ, anxious, depressed, autistic, nonverbal, violent, with a history of criminal charges, delinquency, and psychiatric stays. How do these children become known to the court? Often at hospital discharge or release from detention, the child's caregivers no-show, or they threaten it. They may be scared or claim that they're scared for the child's safety or their own. They may be struggling or claim to be struggling to find the right services and treatment. Across Georgia, there's a pervasive yet false belief that DFACS has special access to services and treatment, especially psychiatric residential treatment. For those parents who are truly struggling to help their high-needs child, your heart breaks. That child does not need to enter foster care to get what they need, but it happens all the time. There will be no evidence of abuse or neglect, but these days especially, it is tough to find behavioral services, psychological counseling, and psychiatric treatment for children. Under state law, a nonverbal teenage boy is not dependent, abused, or neglected by virtue of his autism diagnosis and his aggressive behaviors because he struggles to communicate. A human trafficking victim is not dependent because she runs away, struggles with PTSD, and suffers from active addiction. A suicidal 9-year-old who cannot navigate this new world of cyberbullying and societal demands for perfection is not a dependent child, but her parents are probably struggling to find the right treatment even if they have private insurance. Those children need health care, not foster care. As for those parents whose decision-making is far more callous, they may have learned through the grapevine that threatening abandonment or actually doing it gets a difficult child off your hands and you will never face criminal liability. Using some real-life de-identified examples, mom might have a new boyfriend and her high-needs autistic son is straining the relationship. You might have a low IQ teenage boy who is a victim of sexual exploitation by a family friend and then perpetrates against a sibling because his unresolved trauma has manifested in tragic behavior. From the parent's perspective, these children have become far too inconvenient and uncontrollable to stick around. The cops get called or their parents drop them off at the local office. Once the parents show up to court, they're quick to sign away parental rights, and it's rare that they'll be asked to explain what they've done, if anything, to get help for their child before we reach the point of no return. In these cases, we may technically have dependency because actual abandonment is neglect under the law, but it could have been avoided with earlier, more forceful interventions with which DFACS could have assisted without removing the child from the home. None of these children should have entered foster care, but once they do, given the complexity of their needs and with heartbreaking precision, they will disrupt every placement until there is no foster family, group home, or psychiatric facility willing to take them. If they weren't traumatized by real abuse or neglect before they reached us, they are now. Immediately or eventually, they will be hoteled and at great cost, diverting precious resources from abused and neglected children in our care and burning through their caseworkers who might be the only adult in their lives with whom they have a real connection. Foster care is also not designed for extremely violent teenagers, sometimes with known gang affiliations, charged as adults for serious criminal offenses. But I want to be clear, we are not referring to those children victimized by a life of adversity through no fault of their own, now being victimized by a system in which viable alternatives exist. We are concerned about those young adults charged with the gravest of crimes, with no desire to change course despite a history of judicial grace and many legal reprieves. Foster care is not equipped for a juvenile offender charged with raping another child at gunpoint, or a crip wearing an ankle monitor for auto theft with a restraining order for violently and repeatedly assaulting his father. But they so often enter foster care in lieu of detention altogether or following a short stay without mitigating efforts. Again, we're not advocating for a blind crackdown on misbehaving teenagers. We know these issues are tough and gray. But imagine a newly minted master's degree wielding 20-something-year-old social worker with 20-something cases on her plate who gets an email at 3 p.m. on Friday, subject line, court order attached, still gathering info, to go pick up a teenage boy charged as an adult for rape with a long history of violence alone in her Honda Civic. She'll probably quit right then and there. And foster families and group homes are reluctant, which is putting it mildly, to accept such violent youth, such that if we initially convince someone to take that child, the placement won't last. They too may just quit. No more children with similar circumstances will ever be accepted by that foster family or group home. Immediately or eventually, they will be hoteled at serious risk. This session, we will offer legislation to fix statutory loopholes, ambiguous definitions, and contradictory terms to better serve vulnerable families, keep more families safely intact, and bolster our efforts to eliminate hoteling. Backed by the governor, these measures were carefully crafted over many months by a coalition of veteran juvenile court judges, child welfare attorneys, and child welfare staff. If we want to end hoteling in this state, we desperately need these changes in state law. We humbly ask for your support, and we look forward to working with you when we unveil these proposals in the coming days. Ideally, in setting aside whether a child properly entered our custody, we would be able to immediately access their records to avoid misdiagnoses, contraindicated treatment, and wasted resources. Currently, however, we lack real-time holistic access, and our own record keeping for a child's time in foster care needs work. Issues which, with your ongoing legislative and financial support, we are in the process of correcting. When we're able to track down paper copies, hustle relatives and friends for information, and eventually get our hands on child-specific data pre-foster care, we often see a child who was already enrolled on Medicaid, or at least eligible for it, but did not get the right services and treatment to mitigate the health issues now landing them in our custody. Theoretically, their family had health care at their fingertips. On an interagency level, unprecedented opportunity for positive system change is actually within reach, particularly involving health care for vulnerable families and children, including youth in state custody and those receiving adoption assistance. Once a child enters foster care, they are enrolled in managed care Medicaid, absent some very narrow circumstances. DCH manages this contract, which is currently run by AmeriGroup through a plan called Georgia Families 360. And that covers each child's health care, not their room and board, unless treatment has a residential component, such as inpatient substance abuse or residential psychiatric care. In accordance with federal mandates, Georgia Families 360 must cover medically necessary health care, whether or not such services are covered under the state Medicaid plan. And states have leeway to define medical necessity, except that it cannot be more restrictive than the federal standard. Simply put, our children do not fit traditional actuarial models. They often reach us missing basic vaccines, dental care, and vision care, and they are reeling from trauma. Abused and neglected children need timely, comprehensive health care. But far too often, case managers and foster families are told that the next available appointment is weeks or months out. I know some of you have called me about this very issue. Many providers struggle to file the right paperwork to show medical necessity. Denials are frequent and ambiguous, resolution can be slow, and providers regularly complain about late payment, so they leave. Leveraging a newly built team of Medicaid attorneys, paralegals, and administrative support, we now appeal every denial, taking the burden off of our frontline staff. We are undefeated, 100% success rate so far, and we often pay outright for treatment while we appeal, spending roughly $57 million, all state dollars, in stopgap health care last fiscal year. Earlier this month, DCH formally initiated competitive bidding for managed care Medicaid, including coverage for our children. In a formal letter to the department, we detailed current issues, asked for specific improvements, and requested a seat at the table to craft coverage, review submissions, and wield equal enforcement authority to address future contractual noncompliance. We would deeply appreciate your support as we pursue these changes, working with our sister agencies to effectuate better access, quality, and outcomes, especially for dependent and recently adopted children. Between Medicaid unwinding, hoteling, workforce challenges, challenging the status quo, and taking risks to improve a tough but vitally important agency, making these moves despite the oft-forgotten reality that our department usually does not enter a family's life except on the bleakest of days, making heavy decisions and sometimes imperfect ones. Despite all these challenges, old and new, we remain resilient, focused on our mission to strengthen families, and we are energized about Georgia's future because real change is underway. Working alongside my health agency colleagues, we will end hoteling once and for all. With Commissioner Nagel's leadership at DCH, healthcare access, quality, and outcomes will improve for vulnerable children and families across the Peach State. If we can address a child's needs earlier and more effectively, we can avoid foster care altogether. And if we cannot, we will have more high-quality, loving homes for our youth with better Medicaid coverage. Under new leadership at DBHDD, we have a true champion in Kevin Tanner. If more families can access Georgia's safety net for medically, mentally, developmentally, and behaviorally complex children, fewer will enter foster care and more will be empowered to gracefully age into adulthood. And we continue to collaborate with the child welfare community in our shared mission with those who always put the best interests of children at the forefront. Thank you for your leadership and support today, and now I will turn it over to Commissioner Tanner.
Two hard acts to follow. Again, no need to reintroduce myself, but I do want to thank my colleagues at the sister health agencies. As you can hear, they both have tough jobs. One of the things I will assure you, we're committed at DBHDD to working alongside Commissioner Nagel and Commissioner Boyce to provide help in this area, and we're going to talk a little bit about some of the things we are doing at DBHDD currently. As you can see from Commissioner Nagel's presentation, DBHDD serves as a safety net for the safety net when it comes to youth services. Essentially, that means DBHDD is responsible for the uninsured youth, or the 75,000 youth in Georgia who receive SSI Medicaid. A lot of times people don't understand that DBHDD doesn't provide services for most of the youth in Georgia, especially those on Medicaid. Those are managed, as you heard, by the managed care organizations. But it's important to me as the new commissioner of the state's Behavioral Health Authority to make sure that we're in lockstep with each of our sister agencies, offering our team members expertise and working hand in hand with them to make sure Georgians have access to services that are critical to their long-term success. Already, I've had several conversations and meetings with both the other commissioners, and I know they share these values and a commitment to working together to improve health care outcomes for Georgia's children. I know our time here is brief, but I want to take a few moments to highlight some of the initiatives that I think will help us further these goals, as well as some partnerships we have with our DFACS partners to ensure youth are safe, supported, and that we do all we can to keep families whole. First, I want to update you on a project that is underway from House Bill 1013, or the Mental Health Parity Act, which is MATCH. An important goal of the Behavioral Health Reform and Innovation Commission last year was seeking to improve interagency collaboration around behavioral health care issues involving children. The bill reinstated the Multi-Agency Treatment for Children Committee in Georgia, called MATCH. And this group of high-level leaders from every child-serving agency in Georgia who are charged by law to work together to make sure our children can access every available resource in this state to meet their treatment. Bobby Cleveland, the former executive director of the Tull Foundation and a widely respected leader on child well-being here in the state of Georgia, has been appointed as chairwoman of the MATCH committee. Most people who know Bobby know that she is an out-of-the-box thinker and an effective leader. So while this group is just getting organized, I'm looking forward to what's to come from leadership from this collaboration. Current work regarding interagency collaboration. I want to lift up some of the work that our department does to help keep families intact with parents who are dealing with substance abuse disorder while they're receiving treatment. In partnership with our community service boards and DFACs, DBHDD offers residential treatment services in a family-focused environment to mothers and children and pregnant mothers, allowing them to be with their children while they seek care. This environment allows mothers who get treatment to practice healthy parenting skills with therapeutic child care, and it supports them with a team of clinicians and peers. Most importantly, this program keeps families together, keeps children from experiencing the trauma of entering foster care, as you've just heard from Commissioner Broyce, and it improves their chances for long-term success. Currently, Georgia has 21 of these residential programs, plus 13 outpatient programs, 13 transitional programs, totaling about 425 residential slots and 395 outpatient slots. This is important work, and I look forward to working with Commissioner Broyce to make sure every family at risk of foster care because of a parent's substance abuse use has access to this program in the future. We're also working with DFACs to improve outcome for kids who come into contact with DFACs and who have a disability. Our teams are currently aligning policies and practices around youth in foster care who will eventually age out and require the support of NOW or COMP waivers. Our staffs are currently working to develop sustainable practices that ensure DBHDD is aware of youth who are in foster care and eligible for waivers, and the two agencies can properly plan for the transition from foster care to adult waiver services. The goal of this work is to make this transition as smooth as possible for young adults with disabilities so they can continue to receive the support they need no matter their age or their status. In addition to making sure the state is properly planning for long-term care of youth with disabilities, we're also working with our providers to cultivate homes specifically for those transitioning into adulthood. Currently, we have a limited number of providers who support youth in foster care and young adults on the NOW and COMP waiver program. We'd like to see those numbers increase so that young adults don't have to move to a new home just because they turn a certain age and the agency paying for their community support changes. Finally, I just want to preview that DBHDD is developing a pilot program aimed at improving outcomes for youth who are in a psychiatric residential treatment facility. The targeted population for this program is youth in DFAC's custody. Youth at risk of entering foster care and who are in a PRFT settings in Georgia or out of state. The project is still under development, but I'm excited that our goal is a more seamless continuum of care for youth and young adults in Georgia, and one that meets their complex support needs so they can have the best shot in having a good life. Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. In closing, again, I just want to thank our sister agencies for, in my short time here, we've had multiple meetings. I'm looking forward to continue to collaborate. One of the things that DBHD is committed to is we're not going to say they're not our youth or they're not our responsibility. We're going to work together with our sister agencies to find real solutions to addressing these problems. So with that, I'll be glad to answer. I know we'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Tanner. Before we go on to questions, I'm going to ask the other two commissioners to come up. And colleagues, we've heard three very capable commissioners talk about three subjects or more than three subjects that are very complicated. And some of them definitely tear at your heart. Others tear at our pocketbooks. But I want us to thank them for the work they are doing to break down the silos of non-communication and non-working together that have existed, and I'm confident that they're going to succeed at getting rid of hoteling, decoupling what we need to do. With the Medicaid doing the job that they've got a heavy deadline on. And I just want to thank y'all for the hard work that you've been doing and that you're going to continue to do. And I pledge my support to each of you in anything I can do to make your job successful, and I hope that many of those in here will also. And I also want to thank Chairman Tillery for having the idea to do this. So thank you, Chairman Tillery. Now we'll open up for questions. Leader Beverly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the committee who just made that presentation of riveting, Candace, I know that our caucus is absolutely committed, as it is with yours, to ending hoteling in the state of Georgia. We're committed. As you talked about Medicaid unwinding, just for those who don't know, on Friday, I, along with members of the Georgia House Democratic Caucus, dropped a bill to expand Medicaid and to deal with Medicaid unwinding. And so I invite my Republican colleagues in this space where we're working together to end hoteling. Let's work together to supply health care to all Georgians who need it. I have several questions, but I'll try to be brief, along unwinding first, then Medicaid expansion second. Unwinding currently, you said about 834 people you currently have working. What is the actual number that you need in order to have a successful unwinding period? And then what is the cost per person that you hire? Is it meeting the need, or should that cost be higher?
So we were fortunate that when we ran the same projections to anticipate what we thought we would need in terms of workforce to get through the caseloads with the new volume, in addition to our existing work, we submitted those figures to the governor, and he'd included the number that we needed in the budget. So you'll see there's new funding for 300 additional eligibility workers. That will get us where we need to be. It's in our base budget, and we would really very much appreciate your support. That aligns with what we think is appropriate for our workforce to be successful. And then if you will, remind me of the other part of your question so that...
Yeah, so what is the actual amount that you're paying folks? That, from what I understand, is around $30,000. Is that enough to actually cover the cost of bringing someone on to the workforce that you guys have? Is that enough?
Well, we've benefited from the recent employee investments that was supported by this body last year. That has helped us be far more aggressive in not only our retention efforts, but also in recruitment. So we have seen turnover actually lessened compared to this time last year. We have used some flexible funding sources to provide salary supplements at no state dollars required to make sure that people knew that we recognize their hard work, and we've used other strategies like allowing more teleworking. Again, all those things combined seem to be working for us. Also, I'll say we've done some recent surveys from employees, and it doesn't, of course, pays up there, but it's not at this moment for our department as a whole, maybe not for this specific division. For our department as a whole, the biggest complaint is the workload, life balance. It's not actually salary any longer. So we think with the new COLA that's in this, in the big budget, the previous investments, and then continuing to be flexible and allowing them some work-life balance, that we're going to be successful, especially as we gear up for Medicaid unwinding.
Great. So I'm just going to stay here just a little bit. The ex parte, I think that's a great thing that you guys will do that. But if we expand Medicaid right now, we go from around 72% federal funding to 90%. Also, those people would come onto the rolls right now. And that would save a lot of money with the hiring that you have to do to ramp up the unwinding. What are your thoughts about expanding Medicaid now in order to lower the cost, increase more folk being on the rolls and doing the work of Georgians to give us all health care?
Well, from our perspective, I think you heard in my remarks, right now we struggle to get children in foster care in front of Medicaid providers. So that's a serious concern on our side, that we need to make sure that that is being addressed. And then, of course, Medicaid expansion, just technically speaking, would take away private sector insurance from roughly 200,000 people right now and put them on safety net health insurance. So I would say those two things are big concerns for us. And, you know, I think it was in Ohio, it took some time for them to prepare the state and make sure their existing Medicaid programs were ready for full expansion. It wasn't, you know, a 1-year, 2-year deal based on what I've heard from former Governor Kasich's remarks. But with that, I'll see if there's anything. That would be our perspective on it.
Thanks for the unwinding. I'll go to Medicaid now, if you don't mind. So if we were to expand Medicaid to 138% of the poverty level, then we would pick up 450,000 more people would be enrolled. Right now with the governor's waivers program, it's going to cost about $150 million. How many people will that actually cover in the state of Georgia?
You know, I think I think those estimates originally were probably around 50 to 60,000 members when those numbers were originally calculated. I think, though, because of the public health emergency and how many members we have on right now, as you heard me say, we've added over 570,000 members to the Medicaid rolls in the past 3 years alone. This next 12 months, there's going to be so much movement of members coming on and members coming off. I think those estimates are really tricky for us to nail down right now because we need to see what the income level is of the folks that are still on Medicaid. We've done some back of the envelope projections right now. We believe, related to pathways, the 1115 pathways to coverage waiver, there may be upwards of 200,000 members already on Medicaid that would qualify for that waiver, that they will be transitioned to that waiver during their eligibility redetermination if they're eligible. And so that's what we're focused on making sure remains an option for them this summer.
Thanks. The last question, then I'll yield. If we were to expand Medicaid right now, it'd be about $300 million, and it would cover, so it'd be 2 times the cost that it would be to do the waiver, but you cover about 400,000 more people. I'm just trying to get some sensibility around why is that the case and we haven't done it yet, just given being fiscally responsible. Could you help me to understand why that's the case?
Those decisions are not entirely up to the department, so I can't answer the entire question for you. But I would tell you what some things that we would look at would be the out-year costs. So while there are some initial investments that are made available up front, I think when you look at the long-term cost of expansion, I think that's when a lot of people start looking at what that really feels like. And back to the commissioner's comments as well related to workforce and making sure that we're ready and able as a state and as a provider network to support those members.
Thanks, Commissioner. I do have a question just to follow up on the minority leader's question. If Medicaid were expanded, we'd still have to go through the unwinding, correct, to not figure out if individuals who have now crossed whatever level
Absolutely.
something is set at it.
All 2.7 million members must be have their eligibility redetermined regardless.
Right.
We know many will stay eligible. Many of our age-blind and disabled population will always be eligible for Medicaid, but they still have to go through the process.
Gotcha. I have one question on that same topic, and you've hit on it, but I guess maybe more of a statement than a question. I would love to see Georgia lead in the ex parte world. The fewer people that we have to touch face to face and the more we can do through other systems we already have, I think is better for our people and better for our citizens and better for our employees. So please keep us up to date on what we can do to make sure we lead on that effort.
Thank you.
Chairman Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to each of the commissioners here, thank you. In light of the minority leader's question, I'm going to take a little different path. I'm far more interested in the discussion about all those populations that Medicaid was originally created for. And to your points, each of you, how we better serve those people. That is where I think our focus needs to be, and that is where I'm hearing you go today. And so I want to say this first of all so that everyone is clear. About 57% of our Medicaid budget goes to 25% of our population that are the age blind and disabled, the people that all of you touched on today. I spent over 3 decades serving those populations. And so I want to make a statement and ask you this. One of our biggest challenges in serving these individuals, all that you touched on, whether they're IDD or independent care waiver or children or, behavioral health, aging, you name it, are those with behavioral challenges that you alluded to so well, Commissioner. Behavioral challenges. The problem is the resources aren't out there. You cannot find behavioral therapists. You cannot get the help you need. And so Commissioner Tanner mentioned the rate studies. The rate studies that are now being done are going to be invaluable for us going forward, because historically our rates were not set by rate study, and so we really didn't know what the rates should be. We just kind of had the rates that we had, and they weren't based on real costs. And so my question is this: I hope that going forward, regardless of waiver and regardless of what program or what service that we desperately need, that the departments will see value in using rate studies, so that it's not the providers that are saying this is what the rate should be, and it's not advocates saying, and it's not the department saying it. It really should be based on the real data that is hard there right in front of us, and my hope is that y'all will advocate for that. But thank you for your service. Really excited about each of you, and thank you so much for your comments.
I appreciate that question and comment. On behalf of DBHCD, I would agree. Obviously, we have some rates that haven't been revisited in 17 years. You've probably saw some information come around about some of the private beds the department utilizes for behavioral health, and the fact that we've gotten some notices from those folks who are no longer going to provide that resource to us if we don't up those rates. So you all directed through House Bill 1013 a couple of rate studies. I know DCH is doing one that Commissioner Noggle can talk about. We did one on the DD side for our population. It's looking like it's going to be about a 40% increase, would require about a 40% increase in those rates. But you hit the nail on the head with everything we've been talking about, and I know Commissioner Boyce feels this. If we don't have providers, and if we're not able to cultivate providers and the workforce to do the job, none of us are going to be successful in what we're trying to accomplish. Because one of the other challenges, and I'll tell you this, is on the Behavioral Health Reform Commission, what we saw over the last 3 years is we have a lot of providers in Georgia that will not take Medicaid. We have a lot of providers in Georgia that don't even take health care insurance. They just take private pay. So the workforce is our #1 biggest challenge we've got to find a way to address. And I can assure you, the three of us are going to work hard to try to find ways to address that. But the General Assembly is going to have to take a serious look at those rate studies, because it's going to be necessary.
Sure, thank you for that, Commissioner. And I'll just echo what he said. The Department of Community Health was instructed in House Bill 1013 to conduct a pretty comprehensive rate study, and we've shared a draft of that. I think a near final version hit my inbox last night, so we'll put some finishing touches on it and share that. And we've also developed kind of a fiscal analysis projection of what it would take to do that. And I'll give you a couple of highlights if my memory serves correctly. I think on average, some of our, across the spectrum of behavioral health providers in the state, I think to get to where we need to be with the other states that we compared, we need about a 25 to 45% rate increase. That comes with a price tag in state funds of close to $180 million. So certainly there'll have to be some further conversations about that. We'll be happy to share that with you, but we should be delivering that report in a final version to folks here in the next couple of days.
Chair Lady Dempsey.
Thank you. As we walk away from this, a lot of you that are here that have served for a while know that many of our members have toiled in this field for a very long time. The pandemic, the emergencies that have happened have certainly escalated the needs throughout our state. I want to tell you that I don't want you to walk away from here sad and depressed about what we've just heard today, because it is heavy. This is a heavy lift, but it is robust with opportunity. So once you realize that as we are here, we do hold great opportunity. We have 3 very qualified people that know of what they speak and that are prepared to help take us forward. So when you leave here today and you kind of walk away from this, and this was the closer, and it's like, oh my goodness, how are we going to do that? I'm going to tell you that we are. So just hang on and get ready for the possibilities that lie ahead.
With that, I think it's a great transition. Sorry for others of you who have questions, but as we roll into this last part of the budget, we're going to ask the 3 commissioners who you've just heard to present their amended FY23 and then FY24 requests, and if they have questions they want to take after that, and we have time for that, we'll do that as well.
Ready when you are, Mr. Chairman. All right, good afternoon again. I'm definitely not going to introduce myself again to you, but Chairman Tillery and Hatchett asked us to spend the next 15 minutes with an update on the progress with major investments for the current fiscal year and a brief overview of the governor's budget for DBHDD. Go ahead to the next one. All right. First, I want to take a moment to focus on DBHCD's #1 priority from last session, and that was our state hospital workforce. For our newer legislators in the room, I think it's important to understand that a majority of our state employees that work for DBHDD work in the state psychiatric hospitals. Now, about 80% of our workforce, of our 4,600 workforce, work in one of our 5 state-operated psychiatric hospitals. What you see before you is a picture of the impact that COVID had on that hospital workforce. As healthcare workers around the country experienced burnout and healthcare salaries became extremely competitive, DBHDD really lost ground in this area, experiencing a net loss of more than 1,200 hospital employees. To keep hospitals open despite these losses, DBHDD began relying heavily on contracted staff from Jackson Healthcare. This support was due in large part to the department's partnership with DCH and the blessing of Governor Kemp to use ARPA funds to augment the staff at the hospitals. And since these funds have expired, DBHDD is now attempting to self-fund this support. The FY23 budget commitment made about a $24.5 million investment in making DBHDD more competitive in this market. And thanks to the pay adjustments, it enabled us to turn the tide on our losses, resulting in 7 straight months of net growth in staffing levels. It also helped the department to bring back employees who were dedicated to the mission but seemingly left just because of low wages. 25% of the people who have come back to work for the state hospital since June are former employees who came back to DBHDD based on the prospect of higher pay. This progress is gradual and mainly in non-clinical direct care positions, housekeeping and food services, where we're able to raise salaries for some of our lowest paid workers in these hospitals from $16,000 a year to around $25,000 a year for our food service workers. But it is important and encouraging progress, especially after 30 consecutive months of net losses in hospital-based employees. What is also significant about this progress is that this has allowed DBHDD to begin to reduce its reliance on staffing from Jackson Healthcare. Before the pay package, we had contract staff in nearly every type of position throughout our hospitals, but now we're primarily relying on them for nurses and health aides. Today, there are still 460 Jackson Healthcare staff in our hospitals, which represents a 25% reduction since June of this year, last year, June 22. While I'm glad to see this progress, my priority is to replace all of these resources as quickly as possible with DBHDD employees. These contract staff are expensive and come at a cost of $1.6 million per week. So we want to replace them with DBHDD staff who are not just more cost-effective, but they're also more committed to the mission of the department. This slide shows you how the pay has enabled us to serve more Georgians. We've been able to open up 90 beds across the hospital system since March of last year. Some of you will recall last year's budget language directed DBHDD to bring 45 state hospital beds at Georgia Regional and Atlanta and 47 beds at other state facilities online by November 15, 2022. This number fluctuates a bit on a daily basis based on a variety of factors, but for the most part, this progress in opening beds has been steady since July. But again, this increased capacity is more reliant on the support of Jackson Healthcare than we'd like. Though we were through the targeted pay increases for clinical positions, they are still proving elusive. The biggest challenges that remain are recruiting nurses, psychiatrists, and psychologists and physicians. As y'all know, I've been here about 30 days, so I'm getting my arms around some of these challenges. But I also want to continue to work with you all to demonstrate our accountability with the money you've given us to solve these problems so far, and to continue to work on solutions so that we can end our reliance on Jackson Healthcare and to deliver on our mission to serve Georgians. Moving on, our mission to provide home and community-based services and supports to Georgians living with an intellectual developmental disability. Last session, y'all made an historic investment in the 2 Medicaid waivers DBHDD administers. The new options waiver program called NOW and the comprehensive supports waiver program called COMP. We utilize these waivers to enable more than 13,000 Georgians living with a disability to remain in their homes and in their communities. But we know at least 7,000 Georgians who need these supports or will need them sometime in the future. The Governor and General Assembly recognize that need, funding 513 waiver slots in the current budget, which is more than any year in recent history. In that appropriation, you also gave us money to bring back some of the administrative staff that DBHDD lost during the budget reduction in 2020. This has helped us enroll individuals at a steady pace and will help us make sure that we fill every funded slot this year. You can see from the slide in front of you there that we need to average out at about 42 waivers a month to meet our goal, and we typically see a reduction in November, so we feel confident we're on track to meet our goals. We're proud to be able to fulfill that promise, but we're also accurately aware that the workforce shortages in our system are making it difficult for Georgians who are entitled to our services to access them. As I mentioned in earlier testimony on the DOJ settlement, we know our reimbursement rates for both behavioral health and NOW and COMP are out of date and are limiting the capacity of our network. When we don't have enough providers, our providers reduce their footprint because of an inability to recruit and retain workers. We have to face the heartbreaking reality that Georgians who need this specialized care and support simply cannot find it. In extreme situations, this means people end up in the emergency room or in settings where they don't belong for weeks, and legislators get those phone calls, while DBHDD staff work around the clock to locate providers who can support them back in their home or in the community. Just last week, our staff was working with community hospitals around the state to find placement for 26 people with disabilities who were stuck in emergency rooms for non-medical reasons. We must address these workforce shortages on a systematic level so that Georgians can access the quality health care and community support they're entitled to receive. As I mentioned in the DOJ presentation, there are 2 rate studies underway, both funded through the 2023 Appropriations Bill. This is an important step toward the systematic workforce solution, and it will serve as the foundation for our efforts to stabilize our provider networks. The slide before you gives you an update on the status of those rate studies. This work is a priority to me, and over the next several weeks, we'll be meeting with you to dig into the details of what we're seeing in our preliminary reports, what we've heard from our public comment period for the NOW and COMP rate study, which ends January the 20th, and what you can ultimately expect in the final report. We anticipate the NOW and COMP rate study to be complete in March, or April, and we intend to keep this committee as up to date as we can throughout this process. Here's what we know preliminarily about now and comp. The early report suggests that provider revenues should be increased by 40% overall. The impact would vary by provider based on the services they deliver and the needs of the individuals they serve. It is important to remember these drafts are recommendations, and the public comment period will inform the final report. So I want to say to you, this ends the 20th, so if you're receiving phone calls from providers concerned about the preliminary rate study, encourage them to participate in the public comment period. It's extremely important their voices are heard. That's part of the process, and our staff and our consultants want to hear from them as this rate study becomes final. But I also want to take a moment to thank the governor, this committee, and other members of the General Assembly for recognizing and committing to address these needs, which are so critical to our ability to provide access to quality health care for those we serve. Now I want to take a moment to talk to you about the impact of recent investments in our state's crisis continuum. DBHCD, as the state's behavioral health authority, manages the state crisis response line, oversees mobile crisis response services, and operates the 620 crisis beds for children and adults across the state in partnership with community service boards and other providers. This is an area where the state has seen a tremendous increase in demand since 2020. And we anticipate the demand to continue to rise as the federal government begins marketing 988 Crisis Line later this year. On this slide, you will see where the state has prioritized new funding for the crisis system, including federal, state, and one-time COVID dollars over the last 2 years. Much of this has been in preparation for the rollout of 988. What you also see is the impact of these investments on DBHCD's ability to meet this rise in demand for service. Starting with the left column, you'll see call volume to the Georgia Crisis Access Line, also commonly referred to as GCAL, has risen year over year since the beginning of the pandemic. GCAL initially struggled to meet demand, but the funds Georgia invested, the funds you invested here, have reduced call response time tremendously, from more than 200 seconds in 2020 and 21 to less than 10 seconds today on average. Skipping over to the column on the right, we also are building up bed capacity to meet the increased need for short-term crisis behavioral health care. This year, we will bring 45 new beds online in high-demand areas, thanks to the funding that you provided, including an 18-bed psych bed facility at Grady, which will fill an important systematic gap serving individuals with medical needs who are experiencing a psychiatric crisis. We anticipate with 988 we will need to build many more beds, and we will be moving forward with a recommendation from the Behavioral Health Reform and Innovation Commission to conduct an outside study of bed capacity needs, both for behavioral health and IDD crisis, so that we can better qualify what types of beds we need and where the beds should be located very soon. I've committed to both OPB and to your chairman that we will be providing a strategic plan for the next couple of decades on where those beds need to be located and what cost we'll be looking at to build out the network. Finally, I want to briefly touch on mobile crisis response services. This is essential service dispatched by GCAL when they determine a clinician needs to respond to a behavioral health crisis. Generally, these clinicians travel to the individuals, help de-escalate the crisis situation, evaluate the person experiencing crisis, and depending on the circumstances, connect them to an outpatient appointment or crisis observation for stabilization. We've had a nearly 40% increase in the demand for these services over the last 3 years, and response times have crept up alongside that demand. DBHCD used some of the funds to expand reach of these clinicians through telehealth, and in a moment you'll see that the governor has prioritized investments in mobile crisis to help us meet this rising demand. Again, workforce is central to the integrity of building out our crisis capacity. While building out these beds and services will remain a priority, I cannot underscore enough that our ability to staff crisis beds and to support much of this work will be affected by the outcome of the behavioral health provider rate study. Now I want to take a moment to talk about 988. For those of you who don't know, as of July of last year, July of 22, 988 is the new 3-digit dialing number for anyone experiencing a mental health or substance abuse issue. In Georgia, these calls are answered by our staff at GCAL. Because the number is easy to remember, Georgia's call volume is expected to double once marketing begins. We have not started marketing that number yet. This will mean all the downstream services like mobile crisis response and short-term stabilization will be affected as well. Already, without widespread marketing, GCAL has seen more than a 10% increase in call volume since 988 went live just this past July. The map you see on the slide shows where that demand is coming from. When you adjust the call volume by population, you'll see that rural Georgians, and specifically South Georgians, have been calling GCAL and 988 at a higher rate than their counterparts in Georgia's metro areas. This is not a huge surprise for those of us from rural areas. It also tracks of what we've seen with data around rural suicide rates in the state of Georgia and what we know about access to outpatient care and stigma associated with mental health in rural areas of our state. Now, as you saw in the previous slide, Georgia has been able to manage 988 demand thus far, but we don't have our laurels to rest on. With federal marketing starting in the fall of this year, we are going to have to be ready for the increased demand. There is no wait list for people in crisis. We must be there for Georgians when they need us. 988 offers a promise of life-saving health care to Georgians experiencing mental illness and substance abuse disorder, but it will be up to us to fulfill that promise. My last update related to FY23 funding for DBHCDs addresses some of the initiatives that were put forward as part of the last session's historic focus on mental health. One of the things I'm most proud of is the work that I did with Speaker Ralston and members of the Behavioral Health Reform Commission and what you did last session in passing House Bill 1013. What you see in this slide is some of the results of that work. The map on the left depicts locations of assisted outpatient treatment, AOT, co-responder pilot programs in the state, many of which were funded because of the Mental Health Parity Act and the passage of Senate Bill 403. In the interest of time, I'll save a detailed update for this discussion for subcommittee hearings, but I will go ahead and preview for you that this is another area where the shortage of Georgia's clinicians is a real challenge. Okay, now I want to quickly cover the Georgia Governor's budget proposal for the amended budget and also FY24. You'll find this on page 111 in the Governor's budget book. This slide covers all statewide changes, including the 2000 cost of living raise. You'll see this in all the department's budgets, so I will not spend a lot of time on that, but we'll be glad to answer any questions at the end. The governor's budget proposes $10 million annualization of funds for the 513 now comp waivers that I referenced earlier, and another $4.2 million for 250 additional new comp waivers slots for FY24. Also in the IDD services, the governor has proposed a budget-neutral consolidation of respite program budgets. In adult mental health, the governor has proposed $6,288,973 for additional mobile crisis response teams, which we spoke extensively about today. I've told you earlier that we saw a nearly 40% increase in demand here, and we expect that number to double over the next few years. Here you will see where Governor Kemp's budget proposal annualizes funding for crisis beds that we added this year in Augusta. He also has proposed in 2024 funding for the development of a new behavioral crisis center in Fulton County, which is one of our #1 priorities for crisis beds, and a conversion of an existing crisis stabilization unit to the more modern behavioral health crisis center model in Dublin, Georgia, a great part of our state. The governor's proposal also removes $932,000 from the budget to account for the behavioral health provider rate study, which was funded and has been completed, as I mentioned earlier. His budget also eliminates $261,823 for opioid legislation that did not pass this past year, so obviously no need for the funding. Last slide here, looking at our direct care and support service program budgets. The governor's proposal is removing about $1.97 million in the amended budget to account for vacancies at our hospitals in the first few months of the year. So these are dollars where we were not able to bring those beds online and had vacancies. He also has proposed a $9.9 million addition in the amended budget to facilitate a kitchen renovation at Atlanta Regional. It's a much needed renovation to the kitchen there. Finally, for fiscal year 2024, the governor has proposed an additional $2 million to help the department maintain its 5 hospital campuses across the state. Those of you who are not familiar with DBHCD's operation, we have a lot of buildings and a lot of property across Georgia, and most of those buildings are old and are expensive to maintain. In closing, I want to thank you for allowing me to come today and spend so much time with you covering what I believe some critical areas. And like Chairman Dempsey said, I think we have great opportunities ahead with these agencies working hand in hand with the General Assembly and with the Appropriations Committee and the Governor to continue to lead the way in some of these areas. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think you answered the questions in your detailed presentation, so thank you so much. I think we're good with that, and we'll move to the next Commissioner. Thank you a lot for being here today. I know we put you on the stand a lot. Commissioner Brose, would you like to go next?
I will aim to make my remarks as thorough but brief as possible given the hour. So starting off, primarily my remarks are geared toward the amended fiscal year recommendations from the governor and then the big budget, so I'll cover those really quickly and then talk through some of our previous funding. So in amended fiscal year 2023 in the governor's recommendations, page 219 for departmental admin, the governor has recommended $1,965,580 for technology and security upgrades to Georgia Gateway, which I talked about earlier is related to Medicaid unwinding. That will support security enhancements for things like multi-factor authentication and also allow us to buy better technology to have more dynamic legal notices. So instead of just having sort of a hardwired form of legal notices going to people, if we need to adjust it on the fly to better reach someone and let them know what they need to tell us or what we need to give them, we will have that functionality, and that will be outside of Georgia Gateway. Also on the same page, 219, under Federal Eligibility Benefit Services, I hadn't mentioned this yet, actually, there's $5,765,760 for a management consultant who will be quickly retained by the state to come in and do another review of our operational readiness and make sure that we're compliant with federal law and mandates before we start unwinding. So that effort will be underway immediately, and the work will be quick to make sure that we're good to go, especially following the Department of Audits and Accounts review last summer. Again, on page 219, there's $662,423 to pay for 80 additional Medicaid eligibility caseworkers that we have already hired, which is great. This will cover their salaries for a quarter's worth of work, and then that will dovetail into the big budget where we have new funding for 300 additional eligibility staff in our base budget. There is some additional funding for our administratively attached agencies, or I guess one, GVRA. I will let Chris Wells detail that further, and then that will move me into the big budget really quickly. Again, I want to thank the governor's recommendation for another cost of living adjustment, which is really critical for our staff and our efforts to retain them and recruit talent for all of the work that we do in our agency. And then moving on to page 222 for child abuse and neglect prevention services, there is a recommendation of $184,926 to reflect collections from the Children's Trust Fund. On page 224 for federal eligibility benefit services. Again, those are the 300 additional caseworkers that we're going to need for Medicaid unwinding and our other activities that will continue during that time for SNAP, TANF, and related programs. And in the big budget, there's additional funding for several administratively attached agencies, but I will focus on the Safe Harbor for Sexually Exploited Children Fund Commission, which I chair. On page 225, the governor has recommended $89,613 to reflect collections for that commission in accordance with state law. And there is an additional $3,375,000 to increase the amount of funding that the commission has to direct to trafficking survivors. And when we, with your support, if we're able to secure that additional funding, then we will certainly operate in accordance with the First Lady's vision to get these resources to survivors, to the nonprofits that serve them across our state, and help them on the path to recovery. This Thursday before our subcommittee, I will speak much more in depth about how our agency deployed funding recommended by the governor's office and championed by the legislature for fiscal year 2023. But just to cover some highlights, there was money added in the budget for in DFAC's child welfare to allow us to contract with community action treatment teams, which is based on a model they used in Florida. It's basically developing a healthcare team that instead of the child having to go to them if they were at risk of entering foster care or in foster care in a placement, we can deploy the team out to serve the child in their home and hopefully prevent foster care altogether. That procurement has been posted. Our agency has had a dramatic number of procurements over the past year, so I can assure you Department of Administrative Services has been working at lightning speed with us to get that posted for competitive bidding. And another addition to that budget was funding for autism research. We're working with Georgia Southern University and Dr. Michelle Zena in South Georgia, who really is an expert when it comes to children with autism, to actually determine the prevalence of autism among children in foster care in Region 12. Already, I don't want to give too much away, but the prevalence that we've determined so far is pretty startling. I think that we initially suspected roughly high water mark 30% of that sample of children to fail the initial autism screening and then be confirmed to have autism. It is much higher than that. I would say double is what it's looking like at this point. But again, we've got to work through the entire population to actually best determine the prevalence, and that will be part of a Georgia Southern approved and monitored research project that we'll share with you as soon as it's ready. With the increased pay I mentioned in my previous remarks for our staff, that has meant directly lower turnover. And we are very, very thankful for that, especially now that we are slowly emerging from COVID. We have been able to retain some really quality staff, and that has been a huge part of it. There was funding added in our budget across several programs for increasing the amount of money that we pay for our special assistant attorneys general that handle that represent the state in child welfare, abuse, and neglect proceedings, but also when it comes to the Division of Aging Services and public guardianship, and plus child support enforcement. Those SAG increases have been incredibly helpful for our attorneys and the representation they provide to vulnerable Georgians on our behalf. I can tell you that it goes through 2 levels of review. Initially, an invoice from one of our SAGs goes to the Attorney General's office, and then they come to us. Right now, at this very moment, we have no outstanding invoices. So that has been great. We've been able to get caught up, work closely with our SAGs, and they are appreciative too of that increase. Several things. I'll go through this in much more detail. We have been really hitting the ground running because we wanted to come back and have favorable reports on every dollar that you gave us. One of the biggest, though, would be the increase in per diems for the providers, the foster families, relative caregivers, group homes that care for our children in foster care. We have successfully implemented those. I'll share the rate schedule so that you can see what those numbers look like. And we are in the process of expanding Georgia Memory Net. You gave us $3 million for that. Georgia Memory Net is a coalition of clinics for determining dementia and Alzheimer-related disease in elderly adults. We have a presence at several hospitals across the state. We are in the process right now of deploying that $3 million expansion with RFP responses being evaluated by our team as we speak. I know I didn't cover everything, but we are very, very thankful for your support. We're making tremendous strides in our agency to use those dollars wisely and serve families.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your presentation. I think we do have one question. Is it Representative Holcomb? Is that right?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I have two questions I'd like to get specifics on. First is, it's encouraging to hear that your turnover rate has declined. Can you give us more specifics in terms of where you are on that, if you have it? And then secondly, with respect to page 225, the Safe Harbor for Sexually Exploited Children Fund Commission and the increase there, one of the issues that I looked at in the interim between the last session and this session was for pregnant victims of human trafficking. And my understanding is that there are no agencies that provide that service. There are those that provide services to pregnant women, and then there are agencies that provide services to sex trafficking, but none that do both. Are you aware of that? And if so, is there a plan to address that? Thank you.
So I'll start with the first one. Using the most recent information that we have available, so this would cover all the way through December of 2022, we, as a department overall, we have a turnover rate of 12.8%. But when you actually look at what we call the front line, the people who are working directly with families, in the grand scheme of things, the lowest paid employees in our agency who are doing the life and death work every single day, our turnover comparatively for Department of Aging Services advocates, child support services agents, social services specialists, which are the child welfare frontline staff, and then economic support specialists, which are those individuals that are processing Medicaid eligibility, SNAP, TANF, and related programs. We have some smaller margins, so child support and child welfare, we're looking at 1.2% lower and 1.8% lower, respectively, when you look at December 2021 to December 2022. Not huge, but it is definitely helping. And when we're looking at aging advocates, the same time frame, December 2021, December 2022, it is 7.4% lower for Melody's team for economic support specialists at a really critical time given what we have on the horizon. We have turnover has reduced 4.5% overall. And then for talking about young women who are pregnant and they're trafficking survivors, you're right, it does seem siloed, and it's certainly something that working with the governor's office, OPB, and all of the health agencies, I think there's an opportunity to find sort of a state agency home for trafficking survivors. When we're looking at, on the child welfare side, some of the increased federal flexibility that we have due to changes in federal law, like through the Families First Prevention Services Act, that lets us use Title IV-E funding more flexibly for preventative services, there is a whole section in federal guidance that would allow us to leverage more of that 50-50 match with Title IV-E funds specifically for trafficked and pregnant youth. I think that is a fantastic opportunity, and it's one that we're exploring more in depth. It's a little nuanced, but that could be a great opportunity for the state to expand services for that specific population.
Thank you, Commissioner. You've exhausted the board, or perhaps we've exhausted the room. I'm not sure which one it was, but thank you for your presentation today. Thank you for being here. Last and certainly not least, Commissioner Noggle.
Second.
While we get that squared away, I promise I'll be pretty brief this afternoon. We only have $19 billion to talk about, but but I'll keep it at a high level. I'm not going to go line by line. I'm just going to give you the highlights on what we saw across our last 2 budget years. But I do want to just mention that I've had such a great opportunity over the last year and a half or so to work with a lot of really awesome healthcare providers in your communities and in your districts, and I would welcome the opportunity to go visit hospitals and skilled nursing facilities and other providers in your districts with you and talk about what their successes have been and how we can better support them. So please call me anytime that we can do that together. I'm going to try to just touch on a couple of things from 22 and amended 22 and 23 maybe that I haven't already talked about today. Really, the last 2 years, the governor and y'all were really, really good to the Department of Community Health, and those budgets represented hundreds of millions of dollars, not just for FMAP changes and normal growth formulas, but for actual increases in services and benefits to Georgia. And I've just highlighted a few here. $350,000 in FY22 for dental rate increases, $190 million to match the Home and Community-Based Services ARPA funded plan. We've talked about $230 million for the State Health Benefit Plan and amended 22. $9 million last year for rural hospital stabilization grants that were awarded to 10 hospitals last summer. We added coverage for donor breast milk for $1.4 million. And over $130 million for provider rate increases and quality incentive payments to our skilled nursing facilities around the state. Many of these things resulted in those state plan amendments that we talked about. Most of the ones from FY22 have been approved. A couple are still hanging out there. If we look at what's in FY23, as just a friendly reminder, our base budget is $8.2 billion, 4.4 of that in state funds. 96% of our budget is directly budgeted in Medicaid. And so I've, again, just pointed out some highlights here from the things that are still mostly in process with CMS. 10% reimbursement rate increase for our long-term care, acute care and rehab providers, additional funding for dental increases, adding in medical nutrition therapy as a covered benefit in Medicaid, $32 million for therapeutic services, which started as an initiative just for foster care, but because CMS expanded to the entire population, and that's adding things like behavior aids. We're eliminating attestation, that old requirement that providers attest to their meeting certain standards, which ultimately will provide additional rate increases to 108 different primary care procedure codes for physicians around the state. We are extending postpartum coverage to a full year, $83.5 million, expanding express lane enrollment for $117 million, $47 million in federal funds, $15.8 added to the Indigent Care Trust Fund, and I'm going to circle back to that one in a moment, and then a couple others you can see there. Again, most of those are state plan amendments. Most of those are still pending. I think the dental rates and postpartum coverage have been approved. I will tell you, we were very coordinated in our effort to queue these up with our board and public comment, because that determines when they become effective whenever we get CMS approval, and they will all be retroactive back to July 1 if and when we get CMS approval. Many of you heard me talk about this project, our directed payment programs, but I want to highlight it briefly for you again this afternoon just because it's such a significant piece of the work that we've done with so many partners across the state. And this is what that $15.8 million supported in additional DISH funding. These programs were developed in an effort to leverage additional federal funding, promote access and quality health care, and to support our healthcare workforce. I'm going to focus on the bottom three that you can see up here because they're the ones that have been approved most recently. Georgia Aid is a program that targets services at both Grady and Augusta University, our largest provider of Medicaid services and our state-owned and operated hospital. And it aims to increase healthcare outcomes and access. We're going to raise their Medicaid rates, not a little bit, but all the way up to their average commercial rate. The trick is that 10% of that new funding is contingent on them meeting certain healthcare outcome metrics. Georgia Strong is a program for 21 teaching hospitals around the state and aims to support our workforce by requiring reinvestment of up to 20% of these new dollars to go directly back into their workforce education and training. We're going to raise their Medicaid rates too, 200% above what they are today. And in the end, we anticipate between $50 and $100 million being reinvested into the workforces within those hospitals. And then the private hospital directed payment program is an expansion of our existing public hospital directed payment program, and we're going to raise those Medicaid rates up to their Medicare equivalent as well. All of the programs that you've seen today have been approved by CMS and represent an additional $1.6 billion being directly funneled into hospitals around the state, and it costs no new state dollars. The real magic of these programs, though, was what is this next slide, and maybe what you've heard called the waterfall. The final piece pending with CMS is how we allocate DSH, or our disproportionate share hospital funding. The state receives a federal allotment annually that's set by the feds of $435 million. Up to now, we've allotted about a static amount, about $65 or $67 million, and it really just changes a little bit with inflation every year, to small rural hospitals, and then everything else went to our urban hospitals. Well, because of the programs that we talked about on the other page, Grady actually hits a limit where they're capped out on how much funding they can receive from us, and it frees up over $100 million. So we've submitted a state plan amendment to reallocate these dollars. We're going to funnel that $100 million in savings from Grady to our small rural hospitals first. And then anything that's left, we'll send to the urban hospitals after that. What this really does is eliminate all the uncompensated care. Nearly 100% of uncompensated care costs for small rural hospitals around the state will be eliminated. And then if you don't know what uncompensated care cost is, it's a calculation of the value of the care that they provide to the uninsured and the amount that Medicaid doesn't cover. We're going to eliminate those costs for all small rural hospitals around the state and cut it in half for the entire state. So again, major initiative by the department over the last year. We couldn't have done it without extra money to match the DSH for private hospitals and without a lot of support from hospitals and providers around the state that worked with us on this project. Switching over to the governor's budget recommendations for amended 23 and 24. There's a total savings in amended 23 of $230 million in state funds, but an overall increase of $1.2 billion federal and other funds. This is accounted for by about $283 million in Medicaid utilization and growth, over $500 million in savings from the continuation of the public health emergency, where we continue to get an enhanced FMAP, that's 6.2% from the feds, although that will start to go down beginning in April. The $423 million that we talked about in SHBP, and a number of yes items directing the department to add new services or benefits in a number of different areas, and essentially we'll figure the money out later. One item I do want to call your attention to is the $8.8 million in the ambulance provider fee. This fee was authorized in statute a couple of years ago and adopted by our board this past fall. Essentially, this is recognizing a new provider fee for private 911 ambulance providers so that we can again leverage additional federal dollars. By leveraging this $8.8 million, we get to draw down $20 million from the feds and ultimately increase payment rates to 30 private 911 ambulance providers around the state to the tune of $28.5 million. Again, they're paying for it, not with state general funds. So recognizing those funds there. And then FY24, a total of $366 million in state funds and $1.4 billion in federal and other funds, the bulk of that being in that $1.08 billion in SHPP, $312 million in Medicaid utilization and growth, $52 million in additional benefit funding for Georgia Pathways to Coverage, a recognition of prior year savings to the tune of $150 million that's being carried forward, and an instruction to use $82 million in existing funds, so we can again update cost reports to the 2021 cost reports, which will result in increases to some of our skilled nursing facilities. And finally, about $1 million in statewide changes, which includes the COLAs, and we're obviously very, very grateful for that for our staff. So that's a very high level. Obviously, I'll go line by line and in great detail during our subcommittees, but happy to answer any questions that you may have this afternoon.
Do any of the members have any questions? Commissioner, I just have one. Do you know if we do that DSH waterfall, what is I saw the $105 million that you're able to reallocate from Grady. What is Grady's expected gain from that as far as covering uncompensated care? I think you said Grady and AU.
So their directed payment program benefit between the two of them is about $345 million.
345, and that's Grady and AU?
That's Grady and AU, and we can get you the breakout.
Thank you. Any other questions from any of the members? Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Oh, we do have one, sorry.
That's okay.
Last late minute. I've got Representative Holcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is the FMAP for the Georgia Pathways in the 60% range? Is that right?
It follows our normal FMAP percentage,
okay,
which is about, it varies every year, 67, 66%.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions? Commissioner, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here today. And members, we have now made it to the end of the agenda. Thank you so much for your time. Chairman Hatchett. Yeah, we're not letting you leave us for anything else now. Do you have anything you'd like to add in the day?
Thank you all for hanging in with us. A lot of good stuff. See you tomorrow again, same time. No, different time, 9 a.m.
Different
same
time.
place.
See you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.